an improvement. Please note. No, that's Cat 7. You can land the shield quite easily. I know because I adapted mine. Because I have most of my connectors are RJ45s, but I have Cat 7 throughout the house. Yeah. This is why I built my own. Hello everyone. Right then. Let's see if we can't make this work. It's always good. Hello, I'm on stream. I'm in the right position as well. So. Well, basically for Bruships I swapped chairs around so you all don't have to hear me squeaking my chair and my seat the whole time. Well, I know that doesn't exist for starters. Right then. Questions should now be open. Hello. Yeah. In a nice way. There's a reason Dragon's here. Dragon heard it was sci-fi. Okay. Let's see. Am I working on... I am working on Twitch as well. On Lambo. Well, that's probably because the microphone was the other side of the desk from me because I was moving and sorting everything out, and it hadn't moved. So you know that's on me. The rule was 6 for the There's a... Yes. Basically, our mods are worried just how many questions Knights brought with them, because apparently they heard Knight said that they had many questions ready to go on Azur Lane. And it's just a nicest way, to an extent, Knight is now a victim of his own success. He's now scared the mods sufficiently on Azur Lane questions that they are worrying about it. Ah, yes. Oh. Yeah. Alright. So, hello everyone. I am just making sure everything goes out where it's supposed to. In terms of... It's supposed to be broadcast to the world and told the world we're live. Knight says they only have 6 prepared for tonight's stream. That's good. That's better than the double digits which most people were worrying about. How many parts are the original questions in the first place? Ah, yes. It was I got that reference, but also it was a case of not the most I've ever done. Oh. Yeah, whenever someone says that when I'm doing Q&A at the end of a conference and I'm the panel chair, the how speed at which they get shut down is directly proportional to how fast they stood up. The longer they took to stood up, the quicker I'll shut them down. I suppose theoretically, but it's basically it's almost like they have a limited amount of time, and I'm only allowing them so much time to do it. War Thunder is fun, but we are not a War Thunder channel because we do not deal with stuff which is being released which shouldn't be getting released. Oh, that's what I love is it's like there's a whole section of people like me who have War Thunder accounts literally so we can hang out in the War Thunder forums and pick up on the information which is being distributed in there. Okay. We're taking the initial 30. Microphone check. Is the microphone doing better now? Can you hear everyone else when they're talking? Can you? Because, occasionally, can you guys try speaking?
Good evening.
Yeah, so that's going through.
Hello.
So, according to my system, it is working. According to my system. But we'll leave it like that. A little bit. So, it should be okay. It should be okay. Oh, good lord. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have had this discussion the other night with Foxo and Dragon because I knew other people listening and the autoloader systems were coming up. Oh, good lord.
What kind of autoloaders?
Battleship grade ones.
Yeah, Dan, you do know me the research me and Drac have been doing for years, trying to follow the fact that there are so many papers from about late 1890s onwards, in fact some of them earlier than that, on auto-loading capabilities and putting them in battleship grade guns.
Yes.
Well, it turned out that Dragon and Foxo and their cohort who are doing their naval version of a D&D game, basically, paraphrase it that way, hadn't realized that. And now this is coming in as an option because there's Foxo in the world. And Dragon is promising 24-inch guns as a response.
So...
And a 24-inch shell hitting you is not a significant emotion event. That is a no longer emotion applied event.
You're lobbing shells the diameter of a long lance.
Yes.
No, Doc, it is still a significant emotional event in that it is significant in that the emotions have suddenly stopped.
Yes.
I
Your emotions are no longer there. You no longer have emotions.
Borderlands 4 is 50% off.
this feels like it's going to be somewhat what's the word? Akin to kind of what happened to Alderaan.
It's basically it's a weapon system which actually and I did hint about this, but I'm not really sure. It only really works once you have radar directed gunnery, and you can have that precise information, so you can plug that into your fire control computer, and you can get a pretty good hit despite having not enough salvos to actually range it by salvo fire. But
I
should
suppose
you
the
have
other
it,
option would be
yeah, should you have it? Let's be honest, a 24-inch shell hitting anything is going to, well, armor of any viable kind that you could actually fit to a ship becomes an argument as to whether or not you should actually be carrying it.
Can I increase the thickness of the armor on my HMS Habakkuk in this world?
I don't know that you want to.
The ice is a bit brittle. It'll do well for one hit, but then I worry.
So
I
you want
think
to increase
maybe
it
if
to
you
2 hits. So 1 hit is the armor tanks 1 hit, and then the ice tanks the next hit, and you hope you don't get hit a third time.
Yeah, I don't think you. I mean, unless you can generate a hypothetical gold titanium alloy from a certain um, superhero franchise, I don't think that there's metallurgy which can exist with our modern materials science that can meaningfully immune you against a 24-inch base fused AP shell that actually works.
I was going for a
Um,
24-inch super heavy base fused
that's cruel.
AIP shell that can actually work.
That's that's cruel. Um,
But also, going to go sound too low. I don't know why the sound's low. I haven't judged the settings. And I've got my own sound on my mic at about 45%, and I can hear everyone perfectly, so I'm not sure why the sound is too low. Sounds fine, Jonathan Moon. Okay. Grey on Discord. Okay. And I'm presuming it's fine on Twitch.
to be fair, Twitch is
Yeah.
using a different audio output than Discord is. So
Yeah, but it's fine on Twitch as well. Can barely hear you, Walter says. I have no idea why, because it's... Don't take this the wrong way. I have no idea why, because it's... Yeah.
5x5 on my end, at least from Twitch. So Knight, just because there's X number of spaces does not mean that you have to make sure that all X spaces are filled. Massage your memories. Manage your memories. Slow your roll.
Paul is saying same on all three for me, so I have no idea what's happening. It could be something in YouTube. It could be something happening there, but as far as I know, it seems to be okay for me and the ones I'm checking out. I do love the sheer number of people who basically told Sal Merculagos that the don't worry, literal rocket scientists had worked on the Starship for um, for Elon, and so they were going no trouble in towing. It was going to be fine. Everything was worked out. Everything was fine. And Sal was going, they haven't. They haven't. You can tell they haven't because of the X, Y, and Z. And so far, Sal has been proved correct at every step of the way.
Remind me, isn't Sal a rural fire chief?
And merchant seaman and salvage experts and various other things, yes.
And also a professor. I'm not going to say that his cursing is first rate, but the level of bless your heart that man can exude when properly motivated must be. Look, Canadians are taking interest.
I can understand it because there's a lot of assumptions which went into, which was what the same hard points which were used for picking up and recover it, because they use an arm system to do it, must be strong enough to be used as towing points. And they are strong enough, but are they in the right buoyancy point for the ship when it's under for the starship when it's under tow?
And also, towing is a very dynamic load.
Yes.
Remarkably gently.
You have now wandered off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. The force is in current of remarkably, and this is where I have to tip my hat off to SpaceX's engineers. Note, I said SpaceX's engineers, not Musk. Remarkably gently on a pair of, as they call them, chopsticks, is a different set of forces versus the ones incurred by, yeah, Jim, hook up this, 10,000 pound rated 5/8 chain and tow this thing through the open ocean.
Yeah. And
that's two different sets of forces.
Please don't worry. I deal with this on a regular basis. This is one of the reasons why I was surprised, was because I deal with it on such a regular basis. You get really good engineers who are really, really good in their own area. They go and read a book about another area and presume they understand it as well as engineers who've been doing equivalent of time in that field as have been doing, as they've done in their own. And you sit there and go, no, this is probably the scenario where you probably needed to hire actually a couple of salvage experts and a couple of naval architects to talk this through when you're making these designs.
So I take it by reading between the lines that SpaceX had a splashdown recovery versus a as engineered recovery.
They did on purpose. They wanted to show that they could do it.
I feel like that kind of undercuts their point about reusability and turnaround times, but okay.
Well, yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing, is how does the saltwater damage it? Because their view is it shouldn't have any more effect than normal. My view is, have you met saltwater?
did they hire the same engineers that were on the LCS program?
No, they didn't. Thankfully, they did not hire those people.
Are we sure?
Positive. Right now. So.
Has someone checked upon the seventh seal of hell that we have used to contain them? Is it still intact?
The fact that you think we've got them contained in any way, shape, or form is surprising to me. Michael Cooch.
It helps me sleep at night.
This is the fun one for. This is the one where we do a quick check of. Are Dan F and Dragon here?
Indeed.
Dan F.
I need
the other Star Wars geek.
Is that Explosives Dan or Medical Dan?
Medical Dan.
Okay, good.
Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan is wandering.
Hello.
Well, yeah, no, they're here. That's good. Zols, Zols, the Emperor wants your input. It is necessary to replace Admiral Thrawn and Grand Moff Tarkin. Which historical admirals, my age, any age, any navy, would make the best candidates to replace them?
I put Cunningham in. Or probably Grand Moff Tarkin as the kind of strategic one. Thrawn.
I'm tempted to say Fletcher, but that's mainly because I've seen so many people being rude about Fletcher lately.
There's several U.S. admirals from the World War II Pacific campaign that spring to mind.
Yeah.
Lee is another one.
Yes.
Willis Lee. Vian, probably not. He has too much anger in him. And Arlie Burke was pretty good.
Oh yeah, Burke was good.
Burke was good. Because it's also people who were thoughtful for the kind of Thrawn role, which is what makes me think Arlie Burke from the stuff he seems to have managed post-war, and Willis Lee for the stuff he'd done kind of before he got the command. Obviously, given he died.
Yeah. But on the subject of Fletcher, in the nicest way, if you see people on the internet just taking pot shots at him, ignore them. I have no idea why it's suddenly become in vogue to be rude about Fletcher. Apparently, he was after Midway. He made an error, and then he's banished to the Aleutians campaign, and he's a terrible coward, and all these things. And I sit there and go, he's not. He made the sensible decision with the information he had available. And okay, yes, the information was wrong, and yes, it did lead to a load of U.S. Marines finding the U.S. Navy aircraft carriers were not nearby. But theoretically, the carriers didn't need to be nearby. They didn't need to be tied to a place to provide support, because the aircraft get off and fly from them. And also, secondly, in the nicest way, hanging around might seem sensible, but then you could end up with a fleet carrier scenario of what happens towards the end of the war. And rather like you don't want escort carriers being chased by battleships, you don't want fleet carriers being chased by battleships in close range.
Not normally, no.
No.
Someone actually mentioned in the chat earlier, but I would also agree with that. For Tarkin, I would actually have BT.
Yeah.
Because Tarkin's not really involved that much with the military.
No.
When he does, it's his own ship and him doing an operation. More often than not, he's doing politics.
Yeah.
And BT
Tarkin is your policy guy. Sorry. Hi, I'm here.
No, I knew. Maybe you had a sci-fi version. I sort of thought Glenn would probably arrive at some point.
Yeah. Honestly, if you're trying to replace Tarkin with someone who's going to be, good at what he actually was doing for the Empire, and I'm assuming we want this to be, a positive improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally,
you want Jackie Fisher.
Yeah,
Fisher would be good as well.
Fisher.
I was going to say Fisher for Tarkin, and honestly, I keep thinking of Rochefort for Thrawn. Rochefort.
Weirdly, there's Thrawn's the easier one to replace because really you're looking for someone who is, an extraordinary tactician and strategist, and we have a long list of those in history in most navies. You look at half a millennium of history, and you can pick out half a dozen names who could probably take over for Thrawn. That's a very large bucket to pull from. But there aren't very many people who you could put into that overall policy transformation construction role that Tarkin held, where he wrote Star Destroyer doctrine from the ground up, as well as the stormtroopers and all the rest of it. So I'd say Fisher is probably who you want there, but for Thrawn, Nelson, Cunningham, Vian, any of them, any of the names you would think of as top admiral, basically.
Thrawn, I'd actually be tempted to replace with Collingwood, because Collingwood was the type who liked to win wars without actually having to fight them, and that's Thrawn. Thrawn likes to turn up and already have won the battle about 3 moves ago, and that's Collingwood's style. Collingwood likes to turn up and go, "Oh, you have no supplies. You have no ability to actually field a fleet. How unfortunate. Do you wish to surrender?"
Thrawn also likes to get inside his opponent's head, in the sense of, What are you going to do? How do I get in front of it? And then gets in front of it. Another one that could be a substitute for Thrawn would be blanking on his name. U.S. Navy Chief of, I think it was CNO, Rick Dover.
Yeah,
Rickover.
Rico. He wasn't a CNO, but he was head of the nuclear department.
Because he oversaw a radical transformation in how the Navy was structured and the force weights. The reason I put forward Rochefort, I'm mispronouncing his name probably, is because of the his work with signals intelligence and decryption, and being able to use intelligence to get inside of the IJN's or Imperial Japan's decision-making chain.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's exactly the type of thing Thrawn would do.
the other person who managed that, although he was never an admiral, was the guy who ran the submarine tracking room for the Royal Navy's Operational Intelligence Centre in the first part of the war. Who'd been something like a barrister in pre-war life? Can't remember.
Oh, I have just found the wacky. Sorry, I have just been sent a link for the wackiest computer game to play for Sunday games. Oh, this one's going to come up at some point.
Steve, I would say that Mitchell doesn't, because Mitchell doesn't know how to play politics.
Yeah.
And while Thrawn really tried to not to, insofar as he could, the man was very good at playing imperial politics to basically keep people out of his way. And Tarkin was a politician. Tarkin was 100% a political actor, and he knew how to play imperial politics to do what he wanted to do.
Billy Mitchell is more of an agitator on the outside, and that's part of the trouble with Billy Mitchell, because he never really realizes he's on the inside, so he has to actually play by the rules to succeed.
Honestly,
he's probably closer to the tank, the post World War I tank nuts you get in the British Army.
Well, yes, he is, and he's exactly the same as the post World War One nuts you get at various other points.
I would say that Mitchell is in many ways akin to a early Clone Wars era Skywalker.
Oh yeah, that kind of random stupid stuff, which frankly you shouldn't be doing in opposition. Yeah.
Also, too, Skywalker, if I remember correctly, did put his clout towards several tech and doctrine changes that proved to be effective.
Yeah. Next question is from Stafford. There's a two-parter. The implication of both Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, and Battlestar Galactica, and Creation Book of Enoch and the Boat People, as the foundational planet, as without the former accompanied by the latter, Homo sapiens as we know them wouldn't have existed. Is the truth being told through sci-fi?
Huh?
What?
No, because I hope we'd have done a better job of setting up the planet if the human race really had been settled by had settled from some other place on this planet.
BSG's the whole thing of all of this has happened before and will happen again, which makes it all irrelevant in my opinion. But I don't remember if that pops up in Strange New Worlds.
Oh,
is that something from the newest season?
I don't know, but I do. There is always this thing of Star Trek of sometimes of people, things who've come from the Earth planet before. They were the dinosaur race, weren't they? Who were supposed to be the big bad, but then they would kind of dropped out as being the big bad.
Well, they had a kind of precursor race seeding stuff across this bit of the galaxy, and which was what the excuse they came up with for why everyone just has kind of funny noses.
Yeah, and also everyone's got 2 arms, 2 legs, and all those things. that they actually have to show off on a regular basis.
In response to Cloaked Insanity over on YouTube, King would just be like, okay, so you're telling me that somebody dropped a 1,000-pound armor-piercing bomb down the exhaust shaft. This happens. I'm more concerned about why did you think this was a good idea to build in the first place?
No, let's be honest. A nice way, the Tarkin Doctrine would not survive 5 minutes with any competent admiral. The Tarkin Doctrine will be very different. The Battlestar will be very different. It's like the amount of people I've seen writing things of, oh yeah, there's good reasons for why the Venators aren't part of the Rebel Alliance, and the answer actually is because they hadn't been created yet, because they weren't created until you got back to you actually wrote the first parts of the movies, the first three episodes of the six original episodes, and so that's why there are no Venators there, because in the reality, yes, I've got fighter aircraft which have hyperdrives, so I don't need to bring a carrier in close to carry the fighters in close. True, but having a carrier like a Venator standing off somewhere back in another system for the, basically launching the fighters from one system and then being in another system for them to collect to, so they literally appear from one direction and disappear off another direction, so they never know where they're going to hit from, never know where they are, and can't track in on them. That would be frickin' brilliant!
Which is explicitly Rebel doctrine using cruisers and corvettes in the X-Wing video games.
Yes.
Yeah, just
which
drop,
is why
just drop at a high...
the Empire needed more interdictors, and the Rebels really despised when they started bringing out interdictors.
Yeah,
just drop a Venator outside the Orc cloud, and then have your snub fighters make the micro jump into the center of the system where the thing is. Also, Glenn, Alien Olympus, good. More, please.
It's on the list. It's scheduled. Secrets are all scheduled out, easy to find.
I am obligated every time that we are in the same voice call to compliment you on your latest book and then immediately follow it up with more, please.
Have you played with Glenn about
the next thing is a Seeker's sequel, so you should be happy.
Oh, say that again.
The sequel to Seekers in the Void is coming out in September, so I hope you. Yay. That sounds like you're happy.
Okay, I'm out of stuff to read for my 32 hours of flying in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Did you ever ask Glenn about the theory that you posed to me?
Officially, no.
Okay, perhaps do that at another point. Just because I'm curious now more than anything.
Okay. We're going to do the question for Dragon and Foxo, because at least Dragon's here. Foxo's probably busy, avoiding this.
I could probably summon her.
Okay, well, we have an as a lane question for you. I'll put that on the Summon Foxo tab. Eddie Rudolph, design a realistic Star Wars Imperial Navy sector fleet.
How big is a sector?
In a nicest way, you need a lot. You probably still need as many of the big capital ship assets, but you need a lot more of the smaller escort assets. A lot more of the smaller ships.
A Fox.
Why do I end up with 4-star destroyers at Tatooine chasing a Corvette? Because I don't have enough frigates and Corvettes.
Yes.
No, that's something I always do argue with. We often see always the Star Destroyers. But from what we hear of secondary sources, there is a lot of escorts, you just never hear of them.
Yeah. Which is kind of like history.
There is a lot of escort vessels.
But there weren't enough. There are a lot of them, but there are not enough.
There's canonically an escort carrier style ship that's running around with, I think it's 8 TIE fighters. I have a Lego model of it somewhere.
Ganzanti.
Do you mean the Lego model of that? Oh no. Oh no. More Legos.
What's it called? There's the Quintons, which was the Imperial 546 cruiser, I want to say, which got extra hangar bays. You've got the
Imperial
Ganzanti
Stealth
freighter.
Carrier, I think it is on for Lego. It might be out of print now.
Because I know there's a Gonzento.
Lego.
Okay.
Lego.
Now,
I'll look into that later.
for Dragon and Foxo.
Is
We've
Lego
We've
Bluey?
been drawn by Foxo, haven't we?
Yep.
I don't know, have we?
I'm hoping so. You know, for Dragon Foxer, Azur Lane's EN 8th anniversary live is on Saturday, and the call to arms suggests US faction events. So, what ships do you want to see and get a race of Queen skin?
Oh. We got most of the interesting US Navy.
We've got a lot of them. That's not to say we've got all of them, because there's a lot of interesting Eagle Union ships potentially. Knowing them, it's probably going to be another Essex class. Is
I mean,
probably on the
I know what I would want it to be,
Go on.
and that would be USS Albany,
As in the what's called missile one.
as in their converted missile cruiser. Give the US access
That would be interesting.
to a single missile ship. It's something unique for the anniversary. And it kind of fits the time period, because she's fought a converted Salt Lake City.
And also, we've already got the converted Chinese missile destroyers, what's called the Anshan class conversion. So it's probably within the time period.
Yeah. I think you could also do quite a cute space race sort of theme for her.
So yeah, we've currently got 9 Essex class in game. Lexington, Yorktown, Bunker Hill, Essex, Franklin, Hornet, Intrepid, Shangri-La, and Ticonderoga. So they could probably throw another one in there.
USS Hancock, maybe?
Possibly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I need to figure out how to
Ooh,
turn.
actually, that would be one I would like to see. Des Moines.
Des Moines. Des Moines. Des Moines. Not Des Moines. Des Moines.
Yeah, the Des
There's
Moines
mummies.
would be cool. But another one I think that could be funny is USS England, whose claim to fame is running up a line and sinking 5, or at least depth charging 5 submarines in a row on a single attack.
Well, that takes skill.
Now that I've had my fun with them. Yeah, Des Moines would probably be fun to see. What other interesting US shows could they do? There's always Alaska, but they seemingly swapped Alaska out for Guam a while back, so we don't know what's going on there per se.
What are
They could
planning with
prob-
Alaska?
They could probably do another one of the Iowas at this point. We still only have New Jersey, and New Jersey is one of the most popular what's called Eagle Union ships in the game. If anything, they're, of course, I think it was since they were banned from the last one, because it was the 2024, I think, she was the most popular ship in Azure Lane. So she got banned from the 2025 one, I believe. Remember the years right?
Well, that makes sense. you got to do these things organised.
Well, yeah, I think that what they normally do is if you've won a previous year, you're not allowed in the next year, which I think's fair.
Now,
Yeah, plenty of cool stuff.
okay. Please note, whilst this is going on and I've been listening to this, I have also been downloading the poll responses from Patreon.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do anything with that. Whoops.
Excellent ability.
I am worried about you all. I do know. That's the one good thing about the Patreon is I do know who voted for what.
Tax the nobility. You're thinking too small. Tax the shutting up. Tax everybody, but most importantly, the 1%.
Oh, the trouble is, it's working out how you're going to tax them. Now,
Yeah, that's
next question. What UNSC warship would the panel like to own in real life?
Infinity.
oh,
I only know like 2 or 3, and my answer was Infinity.
Infinity with her parasite escorts.
That's because you just want a bunch of frigates as well.
I'm afraid my answer's similar.
I'm
I guess you have to
maximizing.
have the massive ship with all the various generations of technology incorporated into it to dismantle for current development.
I'm maximizing the bang for my buck. If I ask for Infinity with its parasite escorts, I get what? 7 ships for the price of 1. What ship
More
do you
than that.
want? I thought she carried 6.
No, she carries like 10.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I'm getting 11 ships for the price of 1. What ship do you want? It is the optimal solution.
let me put up status. I need the name.
I know, because
Class.
I knew Foxer was going to be the one who actually goes with, to be honest, the more interesting one here, because mine's going to also be pretty boring, but it's going to be less boring than Infinity. But it's similarly cheating to a degree like Runon.
Stop calling
Good,
Infinity
I'm boring.
boring.
Oh no, Infinity's
Yes,
straight
so-
up boring. Go on, Foxo.
I need to find the name for it. Break up Stardust.
Actually, technically there's a few I'd like, but if I have to choose one, there's one I always will go to. UNSC Trafalgar. Or, if I can get a UNSC Jutland, would also work. Both of which are Punic-class supercarriers. And the reason why I said, to a degree, I've got similar bonus to what Runon has. The Punic class could carry 4 Paris class as fighters, as well as its fighter complement. So I get my favorite UNSC ship, which is the Punic class supercarrier, as well as a small escort force.
Okay.
Now, if I am barred from having Infinity, I will take a longbow. I think it's called a longbow. The fighter/strike craft.
Long sword, you
Long
mean?
sword.
Long sword. Okay, yeah, I knew it was long something.
A long bow's a type of mech going from the extended universe. So I got 3 answers, and they're all on the same page.
Only,
if
only, only.
Josh, first one is UNSC Impulse, which is a pre-war UNSC frigate that was the first successful human-made, first human ship given a working cloaking device,
Okay.
and was known to be able to insert Spartans onto Covenant ships from within 15 miles away and not be seen by the ship she's boarding.
That sounds like we're giving you a little bit too much power, Foxo. I can imagine the things you'll do with that power. I am scared by all of them.
Next, you've got the big sibling of the Prowler.
Okay.
Point blank.
UNSC Hannibal, a stealth frigate. And it's best described as, what if we crossbred a Paris-class heavy frigate and a Prowler? Almost invisible to pretty much anything, was able to escape Cortana in the post-Halo 5 lore and the Foreigner Sensor Network, and proceeded to, under Oni's control, be a pain in the butt around the galaxy. And are just cool ships that get overlooked because they're from the point in Halo lore after people stop liking it. Really cool ships. Lastly, you have the OG classic war criminator, known as UNSC Point Blank.
Okay.
A pre-war marathon class cruiser on paper. What she actually was Hull 68 of the marathon class, who was not a marathon, she was a custom-built only stealth ship, equipped with some of the heaviest mechs and the best stealth systems the UNSC has ever made. And it's the ship that is single-handedly responsible for the training and the creation of the Spartans.
Yes.
And was capable of going pretty much anywhere the UNSC only needed to go.
Pseudo is pointing out, technically, you were slightly. They didn't have a cloaking device. They have basically full sensor dampening and ECM, to the point where you just can't detect them. Also, anti-visual coating. So, good luck seeing them.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a distinction without a difference, my guy.
Yeah, and
Well,
then
no,
they
it,
get
no,
the
it is noticeably a big distinction. Like, being actually invisible and being really hard to see are very different.
Yeah,
I
but
was going to
Hannibal
bring this
and-
in because I'm letting everyone talk at this, but I'm also enjoying watching the chat because the chat is currently working on how long until Foxo blows up Paris, France, with her Paris-class vessels. The answer is do not let her anywhere near the fire controls.
I think someone mentioned it earlier about that. Yes, you mentioned that one battleship class they could produce to snipe out super cruisers or supercarriers for some reason. Also, would be one of my choice, which is either the Artemis class battle cruiser or the Thanatos class battleship. When you want to prove to the Covenant, just because you've got the bigger ship, does not mean you're immune to us.
And you were throwing shade at me for my only obsession.
Hey, my first pick is got nothing to do with Oni. Also, the Thanatoses were put into Thanatos and Artemis were put into UNSC service after after Oni was told, "No, you're not allowed to keep these ships to yourself."
For context, only built a series of stealth battleships and stealth battle cruisers, and then almost went bankrupt.
Yeah. I will say this. These, by the way, below here, which we'll be getting to in a second, are the winning questions from the Patreon vote. I just thought I'd announced them up here.
We do have an announcements channel. Just wanted to put that one out there.
I know we have an announcement channel, but I'm using this because I'm announcing this live while we're chatting, and I'm not displaying the announcement channel and the questions channel. Okay, so I'm just putting in the questions for the short term. I am being lazy.
Runon, you could announce it for them.
But people can find it in the announcements channel easily and without it getting buried.
Yes, but they won't see it live on screen, will they?
But do they need to see it live on screen?
Yes, because it's fun. Okay, if Andromeda Ascendant was to be redone and improved as a series, what changes would you like to see?
Didn't we
Take out
not
Kevin Sorbo. Replace him with Patrick Stewart.
Didn't we not answer the sector fleet question, or did we answer that? And I just
we answered that.
Okay.
People sort of semi-answered it, and then me and Fox appeared, so I think the rest of it sort of jumped
then
over.
we jumped immediately back to the Azure Lane question. But anyway.
Yeah. If Andromeda Ascendant was to be redone and improved the series, what changes would you like to see? Glyn immediately launches in with Patrick Stewart replacing someone. I think.
Yeah. Patrick Stewart as Dylan Hunt, or, anyone else as Dylan Hunt, as an actor who won't take over the entire show and warp it to his ego.
But that's exactly what your headlining actors are supposed to do.
I would say season 1 him was better than the series than as it went on, because as it went on, it became more and more about him.
As Kevin Sorbo took more and more, let's call it creative control of the series.
Well,
So it was like I love.
Yeah.
I have not watched the last season of Andromeda. I will say that, but the first couple of seasons were great, and then it got very strange and very Dylan Hunt focused, which I found.
It was because of I seem to remember it wasn't actually even Kevin Sorbo who was driving that, because I remember there being a discussion about this. There was some polling done by the studio to see if it was popular, and the basically the people were just. Apparently, the thing that differentiated it from Star Trek was that Dylan Hunt was actually actively fighting, whereas in Star Trek at the time, there was, it was Picard wasn't really that kind of person and really doing that. And so they thought that was the thing they were selling off. And basically, the case of no, that wasn't. That was you asked them what was different, not what is getting people to watch this show versus Star Trek. You asked them what was different from Star Trek. And it was a far more physical fighting style.
Fantastic moments, but
yes,
yeah,
it was. What I would like to see is if Andromeda is brought back, I'd like to see them make far more of the fact that she could rebuild her own stuff. That if you literally dropped her in a asteroid belt, she could rebuild herself pretty much from scratch.
Yeah, she's basically a floating industrial base.
Yeah. And he kept ignoring that capability, and that was a really impressive capability.
I think officially the only thing that she couldn't rebuild out of her arsenal and so forth was the Nova bombs themselves, which is why it was a whole thing of them going, when Nova bombs became available to them, they tended to go a bit over the top trying to get their hands on them and usually fail.
Yeah.
Perhaps if they didn't launch all 40 of them at the very beginning of the show.
Why?
You do not need to launch all 40 Nova bombs to get that result you're after.
Well, we don't actually know that. We don't know enough about how the Nova bombs work and what they were supposed to do. It might well have taken that to overcome the inherent gravitational effect of the black hole. It was mostly so from a Goyless perspective. I think I have the right way around. It's so that they don't have a super weapon to hand for the first few seasons that can just blow up all their problems.
And I will agree that, and I will say state this one thing. The actress who played Romy is one of the most under-acknowledged actresses that we ever had. The stuff she used to do with her eyebrows and her facial expression she would produce for things was frankly amazing. I swear her eyebrows deserve their own acting credits at certain points. She used to be she was really good. She was really good at communicating both that she was an android, she was a machine, but also she was a fine observer of the human condition and thought they were all prats.
Because they were all prats.
Yes.
Which worked. Don't get me wrong, it actually worked quite well. The whole thing of it's your ragtag crew of misfits but they're on like the most powerful ship of the line in space was a really fascinating contradiction.
Yeah, because it took.
I found really. I almost wouldn't other than I'm sure there are episodes that I don't remember that would require some serious improving in the first few seasons. I think you really need, if you were to improve the series, you really need to look at the moment where they transition from being the ship buzzing around on its own to they have successfully established a fledgling systems commonwealth, because the show just fumbles that transition so hard. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to present it, and their sense of scale goes sideways, and they really did fumble that transition, and it was probably the point where the series really effectively failed. They just did not know how to handle. Suddenly there is a nation behind them, but we have no concept of how big it is, how complete it is, or how much authority it even has over Andromeda.
Yeah. But then it also even failed that, because then when they tried to get you away from it, it's, oh, well, that nation's now entirely turned against the ship, and it's like, but why? The way you've built this up is they shouldn't just flip on a hat and flip the hat on basically a coin toss, and then all of a sudden yes, they're now the enemy of the state and on the run.
Yeah, it was just silly. There were so many
Become
secret
the state of
factions
the
which
enemy.
apparently survived from the Systems Commonwealth who were terrible, and you sit there and go, I think you're overstating how well these factions might survive. I also think you're overstating how you're understating how quickly they would dissolve into madness and therefore not survive. For Dragon and Foxo, as the Call to Arms Essex class rules out the Liga de Pedera being introduced of December UR event or 2077 content run, which seem more likely for Liga de Pedrera event. There is a Liga de. Okay, I'm gonna have to spend some time this week. I'm gonna have to spend some time actually going through Azur Lane and catching up on lore, aren't I?
No, this one's actually understandable. They are brand new.
Okay.
Like they've quite literally been introduced like a month ago. In particular, with the battleship El Sprazio, which is a Chilean vanguard.
As you all know, I do my best, even things which I don't necessarily find naturally interesting, I try and look at so I can understand what my audience and what all of you are chatting about. Sometimes you do catch me out, though, with stuff which I'm just going, what the friggin' where did that come from?
She's part of the collab with World of Warships, so not surprising you're not aware of them. They have not come up yet.
Okay, on the votes, and there were quite a lot of votes cast. Unsurprisingly, from my mind, the number one was, what if the Washington Naval Treaty happens 5 years later than originally happens? How does this change the treaty's ships? That's got through. Instead of capital ships, the first battle cruisers are 15,000 ton, 25 knot, 9.2 inch armed armor cruiser copies of HMS Dreadnought. That got 15 votes. Wayne Boreans, what if the Queen Elizabeth class had been based on an expanded battleshipized HMS Tiger design? That's an interesting one. Two previous, KVG, two previous scenarios combined, the Diesel Kriegsmarine, and the one capital ship hull, everything's a Scharnhorst Kriegsmarine. So I've apparently got to work out a diesel-powered Scharnhorst class. Jessica Brisbane, the Emperor strongly suggests that the IGA and IGA get their collective ship together. What changes? Nick G's, Napoleon III tells the US to yeet the Monroe Doctrine and throws the full might of France behind Maximilian. That could be interesting. Because the British could actually, in the nicest way, that's the kind of scenario where the British would pay good money to watch the Gloire go across the Atlantic and see what happens.
And I'm certain you're going to get comments on that video saying, Monitor could swamp Guar, no diff.
Now that's the interesting thing, because there's a difference between Gloire and Warrior. Whereas Warrior goes fast enough, she could literally sink the Monitor with her wake. The Gloire actually doesn't go as fast as Warrior does. And there's actually scenarios where Gloire, the Monitor could catch the Gloire. But the Gloire can still operate out at sea, whereas the Monitor cannot. So the Gloire can just sit out at sea and go, hello! You're going to come say hi? Come out here to me! Don't ignore the choppy waves! Ignore them, I say! Yes, those waves are bigger than you are, but that doesn't matter. You'll be fine. Come out and see me. Then we have Large Destroyers World War I. HMS Swift broke and the flotilla leaders from Marksman and Scott. That'll be a fun one. Steve Clarke.
I was just going to say, on the topic of the Gloire, I just have visions of them writing in the log. We are not sure why, but there are a lot of British ships watching us. And interpreting the signals, it is mostly ratios. 6-2, 12-1. We are not quite sure what this means. It appears to be a new British code we have not yet cracked. Also, some of them appear to be civilian vessels.
Yeah. Steve Clarke, rearmament and getting it right, 1937 versus 2023. What lessons have been forgotten? What mistakes repeated? Oh, so many. And Blair, the role and design of gunboats for service on foreign or colonial stations. And the French join in the Russians in the Russo-Japanese War, right from the beginning of hostilities. Oh, I'm surprised A, that one got so low, and B, that's going to be an interesting one, because that's basically going to be... So the French join the Russians, there is the Anglo-Japanese Naval Treaty, an alliance. So that means the Brits join. Which means good luck Russia getting any fleet out to the Far East, let alone France getting anything out there.
Does that mean that the Americans are going to send a squadron?
Well... The Americans. Why would the Americans get involved and send a squadron? The Russian and the French fleets are never going to leave Europe.
Yeah, but I feel like they're going to do it just so they can say, "I helped. We have a say in this area."
Yeah,
because
maybe.
we helped.
Maybe.
Who's the president at that point?
The interesting thing is, Harold Goodwin and Germany joins. Yes, there is the possibility that Germany decides to join the side of the British and the Japanese. You could end up with Italy, Austria-Hungary, and Germany, and Britain and Japan on one side fighting Russia and France.
I believe that was be called Kaiser Wilhelm's wet dream.
Yeah. That's also called France has France cries. The British reclaim their the Angevin Empire is reborn. Okay, the next one's going to be a fun one. First, this is from Stafford. If the ship-shaped crew were the alien races from Defiance, which race would they be and why?
Am I supposed to know Defiance?
Hmm?
I'm not sure I remember what Defiance is.
Does it refer to the American, like, TV show, maybe? From
so.
2013?
Yeah,
okay, 7 species of extraterrestrial refugees arrive in orbit of Earth.
Yes.
I have no clue. I've never heard of it before now.
This is why I'm glad Glenn's here. If anyone's going to have a good...
I am aware Defiance exists. I am aware that Defiance was a multimedia project that involved both a early MMO and a TV series. I think I may have even watched an episode. I remember nothing about what the alien races were.
I'm just looking through the Wikipedia article, and apparently there's stuff. I guess probably the Castithians, maybe?
Well, like, each one of us can be different ones, so, you know, which do we think we are? Which do we think others are? Ooh.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm on push to talk. Yeah, I know nothing. We had asked some obscure questions, and then there's whatever the heck this is.
Well, the thing is, this program hasn't actually been. I don't think it's actually been put on in the UK. I have watched it.
I think it might have been on Sci-Fi or something.
Maybe.
It premiered on Sci-Fi.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Mod Hat, one second, Doc. You need to change the banner, please.
Okay.
It was on Sci-Fi in 2013.
I don't think I changed the banner in the first place. I think Steve turned it on and actually asked the questions before we got through things.
No, the banner randomly changed to open. I changed the bot status, and now Steve said, "Okay, we got 10 more. Close it up." So I'm
I
confused.
didn't press it though. I have no idea how that happened. Okay, so the bot's just activating on its own now. It's being streamed on Netflix. I will have to track it down. But what I was going to say is basically,
The bot is alive.
I'm not sure which route I will fit in. But I would say Dr. Dan is probably an Erathiant. Because they're described as feral due to their tribal nature and love of the natural world.
No, I'm feral because I forget to shave.
Yeah, that's why I'm going for feral.
Or are you feral because you have to deal with interns?
There is that.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't we get new ones on Wednesday?
How to ruin Dr. Dan's week. Tell him he's got new ones coming. He's just
Brand
finished
new
training.
out of the box.
He just finished training the old ones, and now you've got new babies.
Stafford, I can't tell if I'm in a mood with you to take that as an insult or a compliment. So I will take that neutrally.
Ivan Calvert, considering that the Balbets of the Wyoming class and the Riviera class are surprisingly massive, could they have potentially been refitted with a 14-inch gun? From memory, they do theoretically have space, but it's not going to be an easy operation. But it's basically an entirely new turret, but have to be built and slotted into the Balbets. But it is theoretically possible. Not easy, but possible. Also, I think I seem to remember on... Yeah, the Wyomings as well, in their class, whilst they have very large barbettes, they would actually lose guns. Because if I remember correctly, the Ray super firing barbettes aren't as wide as the months lower down. From memory. So basically, the Wyoming class sort of, and the Riverdavias, again, it's not going to be an easy thing, but it is theoretically possible. But it's like everything. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to produce something which is maybe not that maybe a lot more complicated and a lot more maintenance intensive than you want it to be. Do you is it going to be therefore be worth it? Probably not. Runon, how much panic does the Vickers battleship caliber autoloader cause if built and commissioned before World War One? If it's built and commissioned before World War One, that is going to cause a mahous amount of panic. Especially if, let's put it this way. We call it an autoloader because it does fit in that genre in terms of what we're developing, but it's more on apt. We consider it the most mechanized loading could be before it became completely automatic. There's going to be a lot of switches and relays in it that are theoretically set off by things going across things, etc. It's really not automated in the way we would understand automated, with a whole lot of sensors and computers. It's more something like, oh, this has gone over, this has tripped this circuit, which activates this or stops this, and that sort of thing. And yeah, you have something like that can increase rate of fire to 4 or 5 rounds per minute for a battleship grade gun. You're sending the world into panic. Because you think about it, if your average broadside is 10, if you've got 10 guns on your broadside, and they usually fire twice, that's 20 rounds a minute. If you can up that to 5, then you've just made that battleship have the firepower equivalent of 2.5 other ships. Yes, Dan?
I'm debating whether I want it in 15-inch, so I have a Vickers 15 cal machine gun, or something with a 50 cal, so I can have a 50 cal very heavy machine gun. I mean, the 15-inch 50 would be ideal.
Yeah. Let's see, 1910's automation versus 2010's automation are very different. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to be very careful because we use the same word, automation, but actually we mean very different things. And people are quite right when they go, oh, you can achieve this automation back in 1910s. You can't, but the automation you can achieve in 1910s is not how we would make it today.
Well, they have computers doing it. It's just the computers are the squishy, organic-y ones.
Well, also too.
Don't always think in ones and zeros.
Well, sometimes they're mechanical computers, which are basically very, very different things.
A lot of the input hardware is the same. Dip switches, relays. I don't think they had Hall effect sensors back in the teens, at least not in the way we understand them today. But a lot of the stuff that they had relays. But nowadays, what would take them 30 cubic meters to automate in the 19 teens, I can do on a Raspberry Pi with a couple of sense leads.
Mm-hmm. That's the difference.
And I also can do it with one human watching a status readout, whereas back in the day, I would need 15 humans scattered all throughout the system that had the attention span of a very patient ambush predator.
But you also have to remember, in the nicest way, the drop down 15 would be a massive drop on that gun system, because you're dropping from a gun crew of about a best part of potentially a couple of hundred, once you include all the people down below, etc. And it's a case of you're dropping down to possibly as low as 40 people. So you've possibly dropped the gun crew by about 80%. It's an interesting system to work through. Right. Nice to get everyone. For Dragon and Foxo, and panel, yes, I'm asking you this question as well. With Azure Lane, priority research season 1 to 9, if you could change any of them, which would they be and what with? Foxo, Dragon, please be here.
I've got to decide which one to remove. Dragon, you go first. I'll put the game up.
See, I've just got the wiki up.
Ew!
Shock damage from the near misses would not be very good for 1910's automation. No, you would. That was the big problem, having to shockproof it. They were, and believe it or not, though, there was a theory that it was easier to shockproof that than it was to shockproof humans.
Honestly, there's a good few I wouldn't mind removing. There's a few too many German ships for my liking. Prince Ruprecht I wouldn't mind getting rid of. What's called Flandre, which is a French one. I just don't like their character design. That sounded like there was a noise there, but...
I think that was a damn noise.
Was it? Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Dmitry Donskoy also don't like the character design. So, probably one of those. Maybe Harbin. Harbin's just because they apparently have now took over the faction for Dragon Emperor, which is weird.
I know which one I would remove immediately.
Go on,
Max Immerland.
Engelman.
Immerman?
Yeah, I actually really like her design though. But go on.
Outfit, yes, but the actual design behind her, no. It's her or Takashi, because Takashi is massively over design.
Yeah.
She kind of looks like a. Not to shade into the artist, but she looks like an artist was asked, put every single bright colour and as many things in the background as possible. Like jingling keys in front of people.
I mean, the thing I have against Max Engelman is the fact that it is the same as they are the same class as a ship we already do have, which would have been. I don't know. Am I mistaking us? But she's close enough to some of the others where I'm just not a huge fan of them. But I like the design enough.
The next one would be
We've got August.
Because I think that goth aesthetic is wasted on her.
Fair. You know,
Yeah, Denise Roscoe, just not a fan of Lolly. Halford, yes, it's Halford. He looks like from Toho, kind of out of place.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was getting confused with Manfred von Richthofen, which we don't have yet.
The Manto, her design is wasted on such a mediocre ship in World of Warships.
Ouch. True, but ouch.
I have to say,
the Japanese light cruiser line is about as useful as the Commonwealth cruiser line.
No, a Commonwealth has uses. To be honest, they both have uses, but...
okay. Right, I'm just gonna push on from this, but I'm also gonna say, if anyone's going to be watching on Tuesday, there'll be a premiere, and it's why the modern Russian Navy can't build destroyers. I am expecting it to probably generate a little bit of heat, because I'm starting off by basically saying, would everyone who just wants to say, cause the Russians are stupid or anything like that, please just bog off, because that's not the answer. So, I'm just giving everyone a heads up that I am starting off my video on that one with basically a thing which is going, I'm not interested in the easy, simple answers of Russians are stupid or something like that. So, yeah, heads up, that one's coming out on Tuesday.
Even you've got to understand, races themselves, my guy.
Yeah, I know, but it ain't my it ain't my shtick.
Fair enough.
You know, it's in nicest way. The reason.
Dang it, I'm on push to talk.
I explain the reasoning for what I think it is, and I have a reason for why I think it is. But also, there is a reason that the design keeps hanging around, because Russia are in a scenario where they need a status asset, and their status assets are currently falling off fast because they're old and they can't maintain them. Minecraft Watcher, what German warship from either World War would you like to own? If incomplete, they'll be given to you complete. Gneisenau with the 15-inch guns. And there is a reason for me wanting Gneisenau with the 15-inch guns. Allows me to scare the bejesus out of Parliament every time I want funding for the Royal Navy.
Are we allowed to include ships that they captured?
Yes.
In which case, I will take one of the Clemenceau.
Mm-hmm.
The third of the Richelieu class.
I will take the best aircraft carrier design of World War II, the Graf Zeppelin. So this way I can show the entire world how it is the absolute best aircraft carrier design with no flaws whatsoever.
It is perfect engineering.
I wonder if this pencil is sharp enough that I can pierce the membrane in the ear hole and actually hit the brain.
Probably is.
Probably.
Oh, awesome. I get to get John Wicked. I love it.
Okay, I've got a strange answer for me.
Yeah.
Sovietsky Ukraina, laid down in 1938 in Mykolaiv.
Oh no.
Stafford.
And she's a Sovietsky Soyuz. And
Cap-
just so we can put all the arguments about her being significantly more
German.
capable than the design suggests. Yeah, but
Deutsch.
she was captured.
I'm.
She was captured.
Yeah, this doesn't count.
No.
Dan gets Clement, so I get Sovietsky Ukraina.
Yes. I would like to point out there has been no ship in history which have been significantly more capable than the design itself suggested. None at all. And
Someone should tell Wargaming that.
I have.
Oh,
They do.
imagine
I
that.
have.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's like. He was literally on Armchair Admirals the other day.
Telling them all sorts of things, having the discussion. There is discussion of you have gaming reality and you have historical reality. And the trouble is, gaming reality has to go with giving everyone a fair shot by the tech, and you also, in a nice way, have to make it a sort of semi-fair gaming environment where people can't, by their own stupidity, make themselves horrendously at risk compared to others. Because otherwise that would cause you to have players who'd be really, really annoyed.
Good and all.
Who is
But
suggesting that I should have the Graf Zeppelin? Steve? Steve?
Oh, your PhD is in naval aviation,
Yes?
so I think it's appropriate that you get a carrier. Your other
Hi, Jack,
option
right?
is the shuffle.
Jack, I have something to tell you, and I'm going to actually tell you. Right, so, as I've talked about before with YouTube, okay, basically during certain months of the year, especially to some months, the advertising revenue nosedives off a cliff. Okay, so they've just broken out the financials of the various videos, and Jack Ray is such a part of this channel and so regular with members, with his voluntary memberships, that he's actually become a separate category in my YouTube for analytics.
You have your very own whale.
I know. I just thought I'd point this out. Jack Ray, you have become a YouTube analytical point. There are 3 others who are combined into another point together. And I'm looking at it going, this might be taking the analytics down a little bit too far.
On the German ship question, did they capture Baron intact?
Huh?
No, Bern was in Martinique.
Yeah, she ended up becoming Free French. No one can force me to have the burn.
No,
I was wondering.
Yeah, Jack Ray.
You can have one of the, but the French were building 2 aircraft carriers. They had Joffre and Panlevé,
Yeah?
which I'm pretty sure just means raised bread.
Yeah.
Which
Thank you, Jack Ray, for the memberships. But yeah, you are now a separate category in YouTube.
Jack Ray, you aiming to do the same thing on Twitch?
Oh, I just found out. I'm just looking to go for it. We were having the conversations about it and going, oh my lord, how did this happen? Oh, right. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, but I just thought I'd point it out. Admiral Lucifer, what if the Rebel Alliance immediately post Yavin got gifted a Royal Navy Grand Fleet in capital ships terms worth of Yamato-class space battleships and the means to maintain them? Okay, Dragon, what do we think of a Yamato-class Yamato space battleship versus Star Destroyer?
It ends
I
badly.
think the Yamatos kind of get run over because they're what, 0.25% of the size and power generation?
No, no. He's a space battleship Yamato.
Yeah.
No. The wave motion
Are we
gun.
counting plot armor or not? Because I mean, both series suffer from everything takes place at visual range.
No.
But you are talking about a ship that is explicitly Yamato rebuilt versus a ship that is explicitly several kilometers long.
Thank you, Harold.
That doesn't matter, right? Wave motion shields, from what I've seen, protect against conventional fire. Star Wars shields do not prevent the universe-tearing stuff that is the wave motion cannon. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't really care how big you are. If you don't have a wave motion shield, it is going through you.
Friendly reminder.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to give one setting's shields the credence that they can stop the other setting's weapons, then the logic goes the other way around as well.
No, it doesn't.
Like, there's no basis to say that a turbo laser would count as conventional fire to a wave motion shield.
No, because we know the difference. Because, in particular, we know that in Space Battleship Yamato, most of the weapons are antimatter based.
Yeah.
So, whereas the weapons in Star Wars are plasma carried by a laser, which is, as we know, quite a bit weaker than antimatter. Positron shock cannons are horrifying. Also, the fact that the wave motion gun is literally generating almost infinite energy from the collapsation of black holes from multiversal levels. And we have never... the closest we've seen Star Wars weapons come to it is we've got the Conqueror, which can crack a moon, and we've got the Death Star, which can blow up planets.
The only thing I think that would have a chance would be the Sun Crusher.
We know that the standard wave motion gun, when the Desla cannon, which is the Gamalas reverse engineered version, was used, they blew up an entire planet just to try and hit the Yamato. In one shot.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, firing the wave motion gun does have a downside. It means you can't jump to warp, and it means your wave motion shield has to recharge as well. But that one shot from a wave motion gun is usually quite enough.
And they have 40 of them.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's the thing, is they have 40 of them. I was sitting there thinking, Space Battleship Yamato, the Grand Fleet size, that's about 40 of them. That's not nice. That's basically a case of, yes, we have lots of ships. No, that doesn't really count. If they send them out solo, then there is a potential that you could cause them to use their guns, then jump in afterwards and attack them while they're recharging. But if they take more than one ship with them...
That's a nice fleet you had there.
Yeah. Yeah, now, I'm going with the Space Battleship Yamato's win, for the win. I'm also going with, in a nicest way, that's a way to make it hurt. And thank you to both Harold and Jack Ray, and thank you for that. Again, as I said, it's the fun thing I have with YouTube, and I do notice this, is that there is a massive differences in terms of the money you get from advertising, depending on time of year and various things, goes up and down. For me, the thing that makes YouTube work is because I do the lives and especially the memberships and the people who subscribe to the channel, follow the channel, and the super chats, those things, they always dwarf whatever you get from advertising. So I'm happy to announce this, but that's the reason I put this out there, is because, as I said, the whole way through, I always explain how I get my funding for the channel, but also, if you are deciding you want to run a history channel or anything like that, do not think the advertising revenue is going to fund you. Even Drac finds the advertising revenue is just... it's almost not worth the hassle of it. There are certain times of the year it's worth it. And Jonathan Moon has now started a hype train on Twitch.
I'm glad they went. I'm glad they went with Yamato, the Yamato class, and not the Andromeda class. Because if they went with the Andromeda class, that would be horrifying.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong, there is stuff in Star Wars that can deal with them. The Empire just doesn't have access to that sort of stuff.
No.
Well, you end up having something. I can't remember the exact battle, but basically the Empire theoretically can just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Eventually, you just keep hitting them enough and hard enough. Look, also, fighter-wise, the Empire is significantly superior.
Yeah.
So there is that as a problem that the Yamato will have to encounter.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
then,
I think if you look at it in isolation, but this is in addition, not replacing the forces already arranged against the Empire, isn't it?
What I find fun, Jonathan Moon, is you just got Killer Bin, and that shows Killer Bin wasn't already subbed. Thank you. But now I get to wind up Killer Bin about not already being subbed to my channel.
Because Space Battleship Yamato doesn't really have a way to deal with the Force being the Force.
Yeah, but this is a nice way. Space Battleship Yamato is on the side of the Rebel Alliance, which means they get Luke and Leia. And it's after the Battle of Yavin.
But do they all, if they get the crews, do they have appropriate Yamato-esque, World War II Japanese doctrine of strong self-belief, which, with the low level of force power they all have, may end up being a bit like the Orcs?
no, because that's not how that works.
We hope.
Also, just quickly, because I just saw it pop up. Calvin Gasberg says that proton torpedoes scatter anti-protons in Star Wars. No, they don't. They've got nothing to do with anti-protons.
Sonic Canary, who's Killer Ben? Killer Ben is one of the people from World of Warships, who sometimes comes on Armchair Admirals. He did a lot of community stuff for them as now one of their historians. And he also came with myself, Garrus the Brit, and Fleet when we went to TwitchCon to present a panel there. We're hoping to get into TwitchCon again in Berlin and be presenting there as well. And we'll probably be inviting Killer Ben along for that one as well. Because it looks like it'd be a lot of fun. And basically, we had a lot of fun in Rotterdam. We'd like to have a lot of fun in Berlin because TwitchCon was very, very cool. It was quite disturbing finding out how many people who are quite prominent Twitchers who were there knew who both me and Garrus were and had watched our channel.
Did it make you twitchy?
It did a bit because they knew stuff about me, and I was sort of going. We are the smallest streamers here. We are the fewest people who follow us here, and then there's people there with going, oh yeah, they've got about 500,000 subscribers, and they're going, oh, it's Dr. Clarke, it's Garrus, hello, how are you guys, and grabbing us in bear hugs, and I'm British, I don't do a bear hug. It's very generous and very kind. I do not do it. I'm not used to this level of affection. This is beyond my levels of affection. Okay.
But quickly, Dr. Clarke, could you not call anyone a Twitcher? Where I live, that's like for someone who's on drugs.
Well,
would you say it makes you twitchy?
Look.
Typically, it's slang for someone who does drugs in public on the streets.
Okay.
So it makes you twitchy.
Yeah.
Jack, right, yeah, the topic curation task I ran for Dr. Clarke companion site only took a little over an hour this time. It's improving. Steve, Dr. Clarke gets bear hugs. Yes, guilty as charged. Yes, I know. But no, it was quite fun. Yeah, TwitchCon Berlin is next year at the same time as TwitchCon Rotterdam was last year, and it's the 2027 one is going to be in Berlin, and it looks like it's going to be really, really fun. And it's right next to a couple of their museums, which both me and Garrett are going, we're going to do this, we're going to work out, and we're going to go watch it. There shouldn't be that many ads. There should not be that many ads. I will go check the glorious thing known as YouTube to check about its settings and check the ads have not sneaked up. They should be every 24 minutes.
I thought you'd set your adverts at too low a frequency, so I changed it for you. Aren't I helpful?
More money for Alphabet.
Okay. My sister has just sent a message saying she wishes to propose seats in the garden to be sold so people can listen to the Bruships live in person. Because I got the windows open. I was going, yeah.
Does that make you twitchy?
Probably makes Foxo twitchy.
No. They won't. But there will also be the option of hot tubs.
Oh, that'd be good. I'd love to do a Bruships from a hot tub. When I buy one, maybe. Runon, what is your favourite? We figured this out in 1900s. Why are we still fighting with it in the far, far future? Honestly, one of the
visual range combat.
Visual range combat, yes, that is one of the things. But also, there is the sheer amount of people who keep trying to believe that this new generation technology is going to completely erase the past. It never has done. It will modify it, it'll improve it, it'll change it, but there are some things which it's not gonna completely change everything in one go. Okay, now we have a question for Foxo, which is very specific.
A few questions have been missed, by the way.
I know, that's why I'm clicking back to them.
Right. Okay.
For Foxo and Dragon, and this is for Foxo, how far has Foxo got with her 12-inch autoloader research, and how much sleep has Dragon lost?
Nowhere. I've run into a paywall.
And not really any sleep I haven't lost to other causes instead.
You've run into a paywall?
Yeah.
What happened with the paywall?
Wait until I get paid.
Yes.
Because I don't feel like picking a fight with the Crown at the current moment.
That's always terrible.
Yeah, the Crown always loses.
Yeah. Floppy78. David Webber invented a technology that forced starships to conform to pseudo two-dimensional combat. Has any other author done something similar? Glenn?
I'm not aware of any. Glenn might be.
Glenn?
Or Runon, maybe. Because Runon also does a lot of reading.
Is Glenn still here? Or has Glenn disappeared?
He's currently muted, but it might not be able to speak at the moment.
I know some of the tricks Glenn has pulled in his books.
So, most sci-fi that I've read, with one exception, does not explicitly use the vertical in describing its combat, or rarely uses the vertical to describe its combat unless it's small craft on big craft, i.e. some sort of parasite craft or fighter or gunship / gunboat onto a larger destroyer, cruiser, battleship sized vessel. I can think of one that has done something similar-ish, but I'm going to let Glenn call himself out on that one. Most sci-fi writers only basically are the two fleets meet each other, have a knockdown, drag-out boxing match, and then whoever walks away with the most hulls vaguely intact is declared winner. they
Sorry, I think I missed a question that's being partially directed at.
Oh, this
Ploppy
is a question.
70
This is a question which is
Yeah.
massively straight to you, and honestly,
Ploppy
yeah.
Ploppy 708. David Weber invented a technology that forced starships to conform to the pseudo two-dimensional combat. Has any other author done something similar?
Well, I mean, if you're paying attention in Honor Harrington, what's really funny about saying that the impeller wedges force two-dimensional combat is that they really, really don't in the setting. Is they enforce certain parameters of attack, but they do a lot of three-dimensional maneuvering in that. And yeah, I did set up a technology thing that basically said you're fighting with effectively enhanced visuals inside because everything inside a certain range of any combatant is completely futzed for sensors, which was what I felt was necessary for the fighter combat I was working with. But it had some interesting flow through effects on the setting as well.
Typically, authors tend to limit targeting more than they limit mobility, but they also tend to not get very detailed in their descriptions of mobility.
Unless you're Glyn.
Or go ahead, Foxo.
Because parentheses, Halo does this quite well. Because despite being axially locked with the mat guns, UNSC ships basically do a constant corkscrew around a central point to make them harder to target while still being moving in 3 dimensions, while having an envelope where they can fire the mat guns, while also dodging.
Yeah.
Because noticeably, when they don't do the corkscrew, they tend to get energy projected down the center.
Yes.
The thing with getting into a lot of detail around this sort of stuff, and like you see it in some of David Weber's stuff, and it's certainly something I've got gently wrapped in the knuckles over, is there's only so much detail you can get into where most of the audience cares. So you try to create an interesting simulacrum for your combat environment, but the other thing is like you're making it up. Like everything from your faster than light to often even your sublight maneuvering and your weapons parameters, it's all fiction. So you set it up so that it creates the environment you're after, whether that is I want to have island hopping carrier campaigns or I want to have sailing ships of the line. As the author, you set up the parameters of the setting to create whatever you're after for the story you want to tell.
Probably the best fleet scale combat that I have seen written. Granted, this only works for a setting that does not have, basically, it has a very light touch when it comes to messing with physics, is the combat from the Lost Fleet universe. And that is explicitly called out. We are going to be heading we're going to be altering our course above or below the plane of the system, in addition to into starward, port or starboard, or starward.
I was at technically it was called a conference, but really it was only about 150 people, so I would call it basically a NATO gathering. And I'm never quite sure how official it was as gatherings go. It certainly had letterheading, but didn't seem to have a lot more than that. It was about space warfare and naval warfare and the future of combat in space. And who was it? I think it was the German Rear Admiral who was there, a sort of Rear Admiral equivalent who actually held up, and the reason I remember this was because I'd actually introduced this gentleman to the series, held up Glyn's book. Which was it? The one about it was the one about the destroyer flotilla action in defense of a planet, as the best written example of combat in space he had read in a book ever.
I think that would be Remnant Faction.
Yeah.
Is this more Glyn books that I haven't read?
That would be Peacekeepers of Soul.
Peacekeeper Soul.
Dang it.
Remnant Faction. It's a very good one. It is a very very good, but it's a very very good but well written battle. I know Glyn's here, and I don't want people to think I'm just saying it because he's here, but because I've told it to him before. But and I'll hold it to it again. It is a very 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 well written piece of action. It's a nice way. I know for a fact how much time Glyn spent studying floater actions and how destroyers work together to try and project that into space. And it is really, really well written.
Less than you think.
So, Dr. Clarke, is it okay if I post a link in the YouTube chat?
It should be okay. You should be able to as an admin.
Because I'm going to link to the YouTube channel of a small sci-fi project called The Lunar War, which is space-to-space combat handled realistically in 1997. And that very much does go into how the spacecraft maneuver like actual spacecraft, as we would understand them.
Yeah, thank you. And can I pin? I cannot pin from there, so I will pin from here. I am pinning the Foxo. Message has been pinned to the top of the chat in the YouTube.
Why did I just watch a World of Tanks battle where a tank rocket boosted to ram another tank and then push it off a berm and then survived?
Yeah,
and
that
then
sounds
had
like
an
the
energy
that sounds
field
like the Chinese heavy tanks.
Yeah.
around what? Hell,
The energy
Let-
field,
let's
that
just-
one's
let's just-
energy field new, but
Yeah, let's
the
just-
rocket boosters was a thing on the Chinese tanks when I last played World of Tanks.
Yeah. Knight 681. If the Australians got a Scott, a Parker, an Admiralty V destroyer leader, 2 Admiralty 5s, 1 Admiralty W, and 5 Admiralty S class, which would, as new, which would make up the frame scrap iron flotilla. There are 9 ships in a flotilla, so basically whichever one of them's not in maintenance. And this is the thing is, you've given me you've got 11 destroyers. It's going to be whatever's not in maintenance. They're going to aim for the newer end of that, but it's probably going to be the destroyer leader, the 2 Admiralty Vs, the Admiralty W, and the 5 Admiralty S. That's 9 vessels, and Scott and the Parker left at home. But the thing is, it's going to depend on what's in maintenance and in refit. Because if you've got 2 of the 5 S's are in maintenance, then the Scott and the Parker are going. It's a 9-ship flotilla is the standard flotilla at the beginning of World War II.
Off versus MCU Spider-Man.
I
I have to give that one to Spider-Man.
Okay. I have no idea what Runon's now taking part in, but we can all worry about her. Steve. Okay, so a near sci-fi question. What is the current theoretical limit on laser power on warships? Can they take out small boats and surface drones? Okay, so the thing is, you're still wrestling with quite a lot of issues when it comes to lasers. I think most lasers we're sort of talking. Most of the ones that are going fitted to ships are we're sort of looking at are in the low megawatt range and high kilowatt range. Let's be honest. If we use Dragonfire as an example, right? So Dragonfire is quite an advanced system. It's been tested quite heavily. It's got some interesting ideas going through it, and it's going to be deployed quite soon. Please note that I say quite soon because they keep saying it's going to be deployed soon, and so far it hasn't been deployed. So that's why I say quite soon, because we'll see when it actually comes through. And it's not really angled for something that size yet for small boats and surface. Small boats, surface drones potentially yes. Potentially, yes. Please note I'm saying that. But even that's going to be a little bit of a thermal differential because it's going to depend where you're hitting on the ship and how how it works through it. In that you might have wave interference, etc., depending on the size of drone. And it's can you burn through the water? How quickly can you deliver necessary energy to deliver the heat? Because again, if you want to take out the difference between small boats, surface drones, and flying drones, it's usually the space and differential things they have inside. Even the small drones on the surface have more space to spread things out internally than an aerial drone does, because of the way it's a way everything has to be connected in, etc. And because of the weight limitations. So the honest answer is, theoretically, the lasers when they come in would have the capacity to do it. Realistically, I wouldn't be relying on the first generation of lasers to do anything like that. That actually in the service. Because again, it's going to be the first generation. And I keep trying to explain to people the first generation of something is never the fully developed option. It's the first generation. It's where you learn all the issues which you didn't see in testing in testing because you didn't have to live with it. I always try to explain this. It's the difference between the car that's been driven around the the test track a few hundred times or a few thousand times, and it's taking the car week in, week out to go do the family shopping. One tells you, does this vehicle work as a vehicle? Yes. The other one tells you how it is to live with it. And it's the same with weapon systems when we fit them. We've got this weapon system through development and all these things, and that's great. And now we're actually living with it and working with it. And the design changes and decisions we've taken, are they actually practical, or do they actually break down when you try and work with them? And yes, there's also thermal blooming and all sorts of fun things going on. We'll see what happens, though. We will see what happens.
Atmosphere is very, very grumpy and does not like you putting high energy things through it.
No, it doesn't. Which is why I find it fun every time someone says, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make power entirely wireless.
No. God, please, no.
We're gonna get rid of all these things like power cables and phone lines, and we're going to make
everything
wireless. Huh?
So
orbit to surface microwave power transmission, which keeps being talked about, and I'm just like, that's literally just asking for the worst possible massacre level industrial accident ever, assuming best intentions and no hostile actor.
Yeah.
So I once had a client ask us to give them an estimate on the cost to relocate their 200 amp. And for those of us who don't know the US system, that's going to be 200 amps of split phase, 240 volt AC at 60 hertz. From their child's bedroom to like the kitchen, which was in the center of the house. Because she was concerned about the long-term effects of 60 hertz EM radiation on her child when her child had I think at that time it would have been 4 gigahertz cellular transmitter and 3 gigahertz Wi-Fi transmitter, and then whatever the heck Bluetooth operates at, in their hands or immediately next to their person at all times.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what this person would have thought of if you were going to do wireless point-to-point atmospheric power transmission.
there is a reason, and I have to admit I do this partially because it also allows me to annoy and ignore humanity. I do this. I leave my phone on charge in the office at night when I finish for the evening. All the electrical devices get left in here. The only thing I have that follows me to where I go off and rest in the evening is occasionally the Kindle reader. And literally that's partially just me getting away from everyone, but it's also me just going, I'm giving my body a break from the electronics.
I may have accidentally let the autism out when I was speaking with her husband sometime later and said that it was a really stupid idea and a giant waste of money.
Mm.
The husband agreed with me.
That's good. But I bet you ended up still doing it though.
Nope, they never decided to spend the money. I think it was going to be like $3,000 to do it because the labor is so intensive.
I'm glad to know that there is a value they place on their love for their child.
No, it's kind of a risk versus reward. Like, do you put the child in a seatbelt when you drive? Yes. Do you put the child in a 6-point racing harness in racing seats in the center of the car when you go driving? In a secondary roll cage while also wearing a full Nomex fire resistant suit? No.
They also have a
Yes,
G-suit.
but I was taking one of my little cousin's rally driving once, and they weren't in the center of the car. They were in they were 6, and they were acting as my navigator.
Because that is not going. That is not taking the kids down to the Dairy Queen in Callio for an ice cream cone.
No, we literally did get a fair amount of airtime on that in that rally. There were a good few hills where, let's put it this way, I decided to take the summit like I was being chased by a flaming rhinoceros.
Stafford, you can transmit power wirelessly through the air. You're just going to have absolutely fabulous efficiency losses going from transmitter to receiver, to the point where by the time you do all that, you have to deal with the added liability of random lightning strikes from the energy you're putting in the air, and then produce the additional energy required to compensate for the efficiency loss. You could have just run steel cable between the 2 points and shot 14,000 volts through it.
Now, Jonathan, brass and bronze production locally in the Age of Sail Caribbean. How were such alloys made and traded locally? They were imported from Europe. They weren't done locally in the Caribbean. Foxo?
What didn't make sense, Sithurel? I think Foxo is currently trying to not bust a gut on chat, but
It's nothing to do with that. I made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
I punched France so hard it exploded.
I'm sorry, did you just say you punched France so hard it exploded?
That is indeed what she said.
Yeah.
Good.
We always knew it was going to happen one day. We always knew. Right.
What did France do to deserve that?
Be friends.
They're fighting me in the year 1338.
Stanislav. Obviously, the marketers of that running pram have seen me running.
And Paulus, what are the best comments received this week? I've received a lot of very cool comments on the Swedish Navy destroyers video, including one which said, "Please don't praise us so much; it'll make our heads explode." Which I enjoyed.
You were mentioned in a Terry Pratchett thing on Facebook.
I was?
For your Nobby Knobs comment.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Well, let's be honest, the Smaland is Nobby Knobs in shit form. Knobby Knobs, destroyer-sized in relation to the larger, various people in the Sissy Watch, comes out with sufficient firepower to take out a small army solo. Schmalland. Hello! So I've got missiles and torpedoes. When everyone else was replacing one with the other, my builders just thought, yes! Someone actually counted it. You do realise the missiles were supposed to take out the escorts, and then the torpedoes would take out the convoy. Apart from if you're dealing with Sveldov-class cruiser, then it's fire the missiles, close with the torpedoes, and fire everything. And I was going, that's literally what I described it as doing, and I'm glad to know that tactic. That other people are agreeing that they had that tactic. Because I was listening to the description given to me by the young lady who was doing the tour, and then I went and checked the book about it, and it had the same thing in it, and I was going, frigate! The Swedes are just as nuts as we presume they are. They literally bring it all. The scene from Mad Max 3 where Max unloads his weapons in Bartown. Pretty much, but just on a slightly bigger scale. Does anyone have an interpreter? Okay, so if you've read Terry Pratchett's City Watch series, the one set in Ankh-Morpork, there is a character called Corporal Nobbs, or Nobby Nobbs, who is basically small and may or may not be human, definitely not claimed by the dwarves, arguably perhaps closer to a monkey in a human clothing, and considering the legacy of the orangutan librarian, always a possibility in Ankh-Morpork, and basically is like Foxo in his attachment to weaponry. Does not understand the concept of too many weapons.
Foxhound, you are far more likely to die of a heart attack in the United States than you are to get shot. And if you've had the MMR vaccine because your parents had more than half of one functioning brain cell, you are even less likely to get measles than you are to get shot. Obesity kills more Americans than guns do. By a long shot.
Yeah.
It's like me saying going for a walk around Buckingham Palace is likely to get me stabbed.
Yeah, I
it's
have no
possible.
Idea. I have no idea what
the
current
just
obsession
don't talk about that.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on how much you annoy the guards as to whether they swipe you with the butt of their SA-80 or use the pokey bit on the other end. Now,
if I go to Birmingham, then yes, I'm far more likely to get stabbed, apparently.
Hey, don't talk bad about Alabama. Slayer's from Alabama. He says it's quite nice.
Where did that come from there, Foxo?
I thought it was Birmingham that was the
no.
armpit in reality and the armpit in 40K. Or is that a different city?
I was making a joke about Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham,
yeah, it
Alabama
doesn't really land well.
Is also...
Basically,
it's Alabama.
Birmingham, London, Birmingham in the UK is actually, honestly... I wonder there, Manchester, Liverpool. I'm always being told by people that these are high-risk places who don't live in the UK, and then I go there and I go, I wander around fine.
Basically, if you don't want to get criminalized, don't go and engage in criminal activities. It's amazing how great this is at keeping your body from gaining extra ventilation holes. It works really well.
Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what are your thoughts on the concept of a fast ocean liner, and when is it plausible to earliest reach 27 knots or faster? Probably in the 1910s. That's about the point at which... Let's put it this way. In 1909, the Mauritania does the Blue Ribbon at 26 knots. And honestly, you've got Lusitania does it in 1908 at 25 knots. And they're getting into the 20. They're getting well up there in the 1900s. So 1900s, 1910s, you're definitely getting 20. You can definitely get 27 knots or faster. Technically, isn't taken until by the Bremen until the Bremen in 1929 with 27 knots. But in nicest way, they could have got faster a lot earlier than that.
A lot of it I imagine comes down to how much do the liner companies want to pay to build and operate this vessel.
Yeah.
Because if you want to spend as much money as the Lexington's cost, yeah, you could probably do 30 knots sustained across the Atlantic. But you're going to spend a lot more money than any corporation wants to in that period of time.
But the thing is, if you consider 1900s, they're getting up there, and the corporations do like to be faster than each other. They do make a lot of statements about their flagship being faster than anyone else's flagship. That's why, in nicest way, Cunard at one point is just literally racing Cunard to prove they're even faster than themselves, let alone anyone else.
Easy money from the clergy. What could go wrong?
I have to say, the only part of Manchester I won't go into is the part of Manchester which has a whole load of restaurants which I swear put enough spice on their food that you don't even have to eat it. You just have to smell it to have your insides carved open. And there is a case of, once in a while, maybe I want to go to a restaurant like that and try and enjoy myself. Walking through that area is kind of like oh good God, I'm getting all the effects of eating spicy food without actually getting the fun of eating it. I'm literally getting spice sweats just by breathing in the air. To be fair, there's a section of Birmingham like that as well. Is it called the Curry Mile or something in Birmingham? Where literally, the spice is so strong in the air, you literally get the effect of eating spicy food without actually touching it. All the effects with none of the benefits. Nightingale for Dragon and Foxo. As the Azure Lane and Nier Automata collab on Android's journey was seen as a major letdown, how likely is it that Nier and Azure Lane don't do another collab? Did it make them money?
Probably, and to be honest,
if it made them money, then it'll happen again.
I don't say it was a letdown. Like, what? That wasn't its own unique event. Hey, it was a quick and easy way to get Nier Automata characters in Azure Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Most people I've talked to quite enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to always be a big mega event.
No. Harry Grungeon. I'm planning a trip to Australia next year, where I will visit most of the major cities, including Darwin, but not Brisbane. What kind of military maritime museum will you recommend me to visit? Okay, if you're not visiting Brisbane, you are missing out one of the fun ones. Because there's a lovely frigate there. But honestly, Perth has some great museums if you're going there. Great naval maritime museums in Perth. We had a lot of fun in those.
And the Air Museum and all the ones up in...
Oh yeah, you and I wandered up to the park. Everyone else was tired, or it was basically Drac was tired. So you and I wandered up to the park just together and ended up. We got the whole the car museum entirely to ourselves, and that was a really cool car museum. That was the kind of car museum which, honestly, I think Foxo and Drag would have enjoyed, especially if they got it empty like we got it. Because we got the entire museum to ourselves.
Yeah.
It was kind of like...
And then the guy gave us a lift down because there wasn't any public transport.
Because by the time we finished going around it, the buses had all stopped. And we were going, oh, don't worry, we'll walk to the train station. No, I'll give you a lift. Thank you.
You think I can chew up 2 days at the Australian Maritime Museum in Sydney?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Good.
You can chew up more than 2 days there. And if you're going to... if you actually make it to Canberra, the War Memorial, once you get in there, ask if you can... see if you can speak to some of the staff on duty and see if they'll let you go to the warehouse. because they do let some people go to the warehouse, and it's worthwhile. The museum itself is worthwhile wandering around, but the warehouse is. Let's put it this way: the Australians weren't given any baggage limits on what they could take home post World War One.
So, Canberra is actually explicitly on my itinerary.
How do I put this politely? Me and Gareth were wandering around, and it is the only time in my life I have seen Gareth the Brit. This is Gareth. Speechless. Literally couldn't get a word out. It was close when we took him in Talon and he saw the submarine there. That was a good minute or so of processing time. This scenario was about 20 or so minutes of processing time. Because there is stuff there which he's going, that's not on their website, that's not on their list, there's not supposed to be any of those left in the world. And it's like, they got 3 of them. But yeah, pretty much no one told the Australians they had baggage limits at all. You don't want to know what they brought back, but they brought everything back, and they did the same apparently in World War II as well.
Trying to think what they might have brought back.
None so far, Lions. Yeah.
Slightly scared.
Yes. Aurora Plinks, what would the consequences of trying to create magnetized armors? Okay. Well, the idea that's basically taken from some of the ideas around the Star Trek. Of course, did this as well. They did polarized armor plating. They polarized the plating and various other things. What would the consequences be? Well, the theory goes, if you polarize it, and you make all the dipoles go in the same sort of direction, you are adding more structural integrity to it, more unity to it. You are strengthening its bonds. But honestly, I don't know how many times a material can go through the level of force, a level of energy required to polarize it, and then depolarizing it afterwards before it becomes very brittle. That'd be the first thing which comes to my mind. I think Glyn was about to pop in then, I think it was Glyn. It might have been someone else, but I thought it was Glyn from the way it does sound.
I was wondering why you'd be doing it. I mean, best reason I can think of is to try and disrupt a plasma approaching you.
I mean, you polarize to protect against laser emissions. Because from
Honestly,
what I remember from high school science,
your biggest thing for magnetic armor isn't your enemy's weapons. The biggest thing you'd want to use it for is repelling space radiation, solar radiation, all of these things that are actually one of the bigger problems we're looking at for a journey to Mars, because we're looking at needing an actually they're talking about having effectively a heavily armored bunker inside the spaceship for the crews to retreat to during solar storms, and they're still going to be picking up, multiple times your theoretical lifetime allowance of rads just getting there and back, just from being in space, no matter what we do. And on that unfortunate note, I do actually have to drop off. I have I have an actual job so that I need to do, books I have to write. So, and this doesn't pay my bills.
New book. Book.
Okay.
Everyone have a good time. We'll talk. I'll be back at some point. Jack.
Have a good one, Glenn.
Jack, Australia challenge coins. Dan, have you spoken to Gareth about this? Dan, are you not hiding? Dan?
Yes.
The coward
I'm
flees
still-
the field of battle. It is a shameful display.
I'm still waiting for. I'm still waiting for the Japan and the Scandi ones too.
Okay.
Castle fall!
Conversations will be had. We're supposed to be having a meeting in the next couple of weeks about everything else everything that's going through the ship-shaped crew at the moment. So, yeah. Hopefully, we'll manage to actually organise it, and I won't be told by everyone by about enough people that they're not free. That I go, okay, we need to schedule another day. Probably 708. Did the UK not develop high voltage armor to dissipate ship charges? It was supposed to, but also there was also the idea that it was supposed to stop. There was ideas to stop things like magnetic charges being fitted to being able to be attached to ships, and of course set it as things to prevent magnetic detonators from going off.
The other thing that they did with electrical current was one of the armoured cars in Bovington, because I was just down in Dorset, so I spent a happy day wandering there.
Yes.
One of the things they had.
Did you take the pussycat with you?
No, the cat. This is the cat that doesn't like going on the lead. So she would have objected potentially quite smellily, if I'd tried. Yeah, they were able to pass an electrical current through the armor if they were surrounded by rioters. Which would be fun.
Yes, because the Scorpions deployed to Northern Ireland had slat armor, and several times, talking to family, in bad situations they could just electrify it to get people off the vehicles.
Mm-hmm. But they were doing that since the 1920s.
Yeah. Can I have got an uncle that still got scars from that? Why he thought it was a great idea, but
Huh.
again, no one ever accused him of being smart, so fits.
Yeah. My great granddad was getting shot at by the IRA in Ireland in 1916.
Yeah.
Ah.
As an Irishman, was theoretically an Irishman. He was in an Irish regiment. He got really miffed because they shot some horses.
Yeah, you've told me about this point. He was also worried about them shooting at him. They shot some horses. Then he went. He went for victory.
He was at least a vaguely legitimate target. The horses were not. They were being watered.
Yeah.
This was when he was in the Inniskillen Fusiliers prior to his transfer to the Corps of Military Accountants.
Okay.
Yes, that was a real organisation.
It still is, isn't it?
No, it got subsumed by the Pay Corps, and now I think it's all part of the Officer General's Corps.
I thought it was moved to the really large corps, but okay. Stafford Thompson. It's in the far future, you are given command of a brand new Imperial Overlord class ship. What do you do? What do you name it, and why? I've got an Imperial Overlord class ship. So I'm presuming this is Warhammer 40k. What I name it and why?
Lordy McLordface?
I'm presuming New Zealand will be nicked by someone else, so I'm going to go for Asante.
Okay, because the Overlord are battle cruisers from 40k.
Yeah. I'm going to go for Asante.
Okay, I'm gonna go for something a bit more creative.
I'm going for Asante because she went through the whole of World War II and bombs basically skipped by her. I'm basically buying her plot armor. Okay? That's it. I'm buying my ship plot armor. Good luck, everyone else. Carry on.
I mean, I just use the ship name I always use. The Snarky Kitsune.
Very apt.
I just think there's some aura, something that gets aura about a ship being sarcastic.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a bit too on the nose, but the Dominion Authority is always a good choice. Especially if it's an Overlord class battle cruiser. Fits a nice grandiose title.
Dan?
Um,
And no, you can't
Just a
use the
little-
bodies of my interns.
just an ickle ship. Sir, 17 of our sort of smaller ships have been destroyed by just an ickle ship. That's embarrassing. No, it's a sodding huge battle cruiser. It's just called.
Sifil, is it thorough or partial plot armor though?
Well,
For Asante, it was very good plot armor.
I just read very quickly.
Yeah.
Dan just reminded me of my favorite UNSC ship name.
Yeah.
The Paris Car Frigate. UNSC, wait, that worked.
Oh.
For mine, I'm gonna be vanilla, and I'm gonna call it Dauntless because
Okay.
Dauntless is a good ship name.
It is.
No, Dauntless is your light cruiser.
No, I can't say that here. I
I
want to
don't know
say
how many
something.
people would actually know that reference. This is
But
your
I can't-
Dauntless light cruiser. This is your
I can't-
other Dauntless light cruiser.
I can't
Get money
say
from
what I want
sacking
to say.
buildings.
If we were on
I'll inquire
Fleet-
later, Runa.
Lions is
channel,
calling Lions is calling his Buttercup. To answer your other question, Lions, hopefully soon. Hopefully very, very soon. And YouTube Minecraft Watcher, would fast ocean liners still be applicable to modern markets as historical cruise liners? There is a reason there's only one left in the world. I think it's the Queen Mary 3, isn't it? That's the one that's currently sort of wandering around.
The problem is,
Yeah.
fast ocean liners don't have the amenities of modern cruise liners and are way slower than
Airliner.
transoceanic aircraft. So
Queen Mary 2.
yeah, and Seneca, I am not saying it out of respect for Dr. Clarke's rules on his channels. So I'm not being a coward. I'm being nice.
It is a Keon 2.
We could ban Seneca again.
You
Do I have
All
to
in
call
favor of
Megan?
banning Seneca?
It is Queen Mary 2. But
Say
it's the
aye.
third Queen Mary for some reason.
Aye.
Queen Mary 2, it's the Queen Mary 2, but it's the third Queen Mary. So
So we had Queen Mary 1, and Queen Mary 2.
yeah, there's basically two Queen Mary cruise liners. And there was a battle cruiser, so it's the third ship to be called Queen Mary, but it's the second as the cruise liner. So it's the Queen Mary 2, but I was calling it the Queen Mary 3 because I mentally was doing maths of going, there's me that one. They don't count the warship. I do.
Sadu, wait for questions to reopen. And then for Sithriel, speed is better than armor if you can avoid getting hit in the first place, but then certain sci-fi settings still use grape shot, which means that your high fractional C ship is now going to hit a ball bearing moving at a relative high fractional C, and that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. That's That's a lot of energy. So you need armor to get rid of that.
You need something. And I say, if the
Yeah.
British built a 16 9.2-inch gun Dreadnought armored cruiser and the Invincible class alongside each other, how much tech sharing between the two would be expected, and what would that be? Probably engines and fire control. And would there be tech sharing? A little bit, not that much. Floppy Sonar, is there a reason that Yamato class ships that the Yamato class ships shell elevators handle shells vertically instead of horizontally like British and American systems? Okay, so they were trying to make it as small hole it was coming up through, so there's a smaller break in the armor as possible. And because also that was the way they tried to store systems, because basically everyone sort of stored shells the same way in the hull, but they have, once you get into larger shells, you start storing them vertically, and so it sort of made it easier to move them like this. The British preferred to do the conversion down below, as did the Americans, because they felt that was safer. But the Japanese felt you could stack more and bring them up. So basically, it's how you approach a technical task. There are 6 of one and half a dozen the other on the arguments for either way.
And the British made up the fight.
Oh, good lord, we got Foxo for this question. This is going to be a long answer. What are the worst sci-fi series and best sci-fi series for each member of the panel?
On what criteria?
Just says best and worst.
Just as
So
best
I guess
and
make
worst.
criteria for yourself.
Yeah. Steve has already popped in with defined science fiction. Define science fiction.
Because the worst one is actually pretty hard to come up with, because most of the bad ones I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember a bad one.
What's the last one? So the worst of the ones worth watching. I'm just going to modify my criteria slightly because there's probably. Okay, no, okay. Okay, there's one I read that was title was in Russian.
Good start.
It was basically Russian Wolfenstein, the new Colossus, where instead of the Nazis getting all the magical super tech and going interplanetary, it was the Russians and the Soviet Union. And the book series was about fighting against an evil Anglo-Saxon Nazi army that were based on Uranus. Which sounds
Uranus.
dumb now I think about it.
Uranus.
Yeah. And you had stuff like teleporting nuclear missiles. Which, thinking about it, kind of defeats the point of a nuclear missile.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm just going with. I'm going to be quick and easy for everyone. I'm going to be Iron Sky because, frankly, it had so many plot holes it was disturbing as a science fiction. and favorite is probably Stargate. Yeah.
As for a serious answer, I'd argue for worst of the common sci-fi, it's Star Trek.
These are fighting words.
Purely because I didn't grow up with the nostalgia of the original series. My introduction to the entire thing was the remake of Wrath of Khan.
Oh yeah, well, and
And
that's why if you're going to say Star Trek, if you say Star Trek movies, I don't think as many people disagree with you because most of Star Trek movies have been.
Yeah.
No.
Star Trek is one of those things which works well in a small screen format. Every time it's taken to the big screen, they seem to run into issues.
No,
Star Trek
it's,
First Contact would like a word.
Look,
it's the,
there are exceptions to every rule. But
it's
yeah.
the odd-numbered ones that are bad. No, or is it even-numbered?
You know, you're right. It is technically. Well, you got the motion because it varies. Is the honest answer. What's it called? People aren't too big a fan of. What's it called?
She's got 2,
4.
Wrath of Khan. 3,
Search for Spock.
Search for Spock. 4, Time Travel, Wales,
Yeah.
1980. Yeah, bad. 1980.
5 was awful.
5, terrible.
6 was good.
Good.
7 was Generations. So the Death of the Enterprise D.
Yeah.
Then
8
8 was First Contact. 9 is Insurrection, which I actually still think is decent. 10 is Nemesis. With the scimitar. So, and then you get into the JJ films.
Yeah.
But I'd argue, of that list, most of them are better than off. So, yeah.
Well, okay, my biggest issue is that either the series comes off as sitcoms in space. I'm sorry, but I am not a sitcom kind of gal. Or the movies I found tend to be like, what if we took Die Hard and put it in space with spaceships?
Have you watched a Star Trek film?
Yes, Wrath of Khan.
Nicest way. That's
And it's like,
nice
if
way.
you
That's
replace
being
the
rude to the
ship
writing
with
in Die Hard.
helicopters.
In the nicest way, there is more character development done of John McClane in the Die Hard movies than is done on most of the characters in the Star Trek movies.
Yeah,
That's
which I
because
get.
character development happens in the series.
We seem to really have watched different Star Trek films, because with Generations, you've got Data starting to use his emotion chip, and has massive character overhauls there.
And then promptly disappears.
First Contact overcoming his Picard trying to overcome his trauma with being assimilated by the Borg, and dealing with the continued PTSD that keeps popping back up now that they're back. Insurrection literally comes down to Geordi has a choice. Does he keep his eyes that let him see, or does he let a planet die?
Yeah, which is cool and all.
Like, there's a
And
lot of
those
character
would be
development.
brilliant movies if that was the movie, and they didn't add a whole bunch of weird. Because I distinctly remember, I think it was from the Wrath of the Khan, you had that drone
You mean
swarm.
Into Darkness, do you mean?
So yeah, Into Darkness. I can't remember which one it was, but I just remember there was a flock of space drones that decided to drill its way through the Enterprise and crashed it on a planet.
No, okay, so no, you're not talking about Into Darkness either. You're talking about Star Trek Beyond.
Yeah, that point.
How many of these movies have you made for Foxo's sit-through dragon?
I've not actually made her watch any. I've entirely basically went, okay, she said she doesn't like these science fictions. I won't force her to deal with them.
But it's just like, you said it was best from Into Darkness, right?
Into Darkness is the one with is the remake of Wrath of Khan. which
Yes,
is why I
and
assume that's
yes.
the one you're referring to. But that
Yes.
does not involve drones slicing up the Enterprise and crashing
That
into
is
the planet.
that is beyond. And those
Yeah.
weren't
Okay, yeah,
drones;
okay.
those were
Right.
piloted craft.
Okay.
No,
'Cause
most of them were drones.
yeah, but it's like that one of the James Bonds where you've got the stealth corvette, and it sinks, and it's the plot is the baddies trying to start a war between the UK and Russia,
China,
and you
wasn't
have
it?
that torpedo that drills its way up through the keel of a Royal Navy destroyer and sinks it. It's like that's the same plot. It didn't work for James Bond, and it didn't work for that movie. Anyway, I'll stop.
Yeah.
So, for me, unfortunately, sci-fi is it's either I can either judge it by the plot, in which case the setting is sight dressing, or I can judge it by the setting, but that feels like it can undersell the plot. The worst is Thunderbirds because if I'm going by the set dressing, it's Thunderbirds. It's Thunderbirds. It's Thunderbirds. Whoever designed Thunderbirds decided that they hated mechanics everywhere.
Jerry Anderson.
And yeah, and they wanted all mechanics that
I
ever
am
watched this
going
thing
to make.
to suffer. So I
am going
hate
to make Fleet
Thunderbirds.
make you watch a lot more Thunderbirds. I feel you need to. I feel you need to be awoken to the beauty of Thunderbirds.
So you would like Fleet to go home in a pine box. Got it. Anyway, best. If we're going off of set dressing, pre-Disney Star Wars.
I do love you have to mention that bit.
Because the
Yeah.
problem is if I include post Disney Star Wars, I have to get a lot more specific in what I don't want to include, and I ain't got time for that. Because I like that Star Wars shows all the nuts and bolts. It's a very much a lived in and a grimy galaxy where Star Trek really doesn't do that. 2004 Thunderbirds is better, but it's still horrendous. It's like saying that severe COVID-19 is better than smallpox. It arguably is, but
I'd rather
Yeah.
not have either. Thank you very much.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Let's go. No. Okay. All right. Yeah. I think we're moving on to the next question. Speak agendable. High-speed diesel engines with outputs above 3 megawatts seem to come from one manufacturer. To what extent could you make medium-speed diesel work in their place from a modern frigate, where manufacturers are more numerous? You could, but it's going to take up more space in the hull, and you're going to have to spread it out more. But you could make small diesel engines because usually the diesel engines are being used as diesel generators. They're usually being used as a power source, as electrical power source, rather than a direct drive system. So basically, that you can get whatever systems you want to get, you can get, and you can make them work. But you're gonna have to do space and subdivision to work it out, and fuel consumption and maintenance and oil.
I will fight you in any Denny's parking lot you care to mention. I may lose, but I will still show up.
You Denny's car park, and who you're fighting?
Hetch.
Is this because Church is telling you to watch Captain Scarlet?
No, Petch is saying that my opinion about Thunderbirds is trash, and I need to die for it, and I will gladly die for it.
Okay.
This is a hill that I will die on.
You are you're getting Church hates Tucker going after you because apparently your Captain Scarlet is better than Thunderbirds, and you should watch Captain Scarlet. And you've got Petch basically defending the honor of Thunderbirds. So you're going to be in a lot of Denny's car parks. 1981. As Elaine EN Anniversary does not do the UR, who do you think they should get a UR retrofit if they do that this year?
I know one who deserves it, but ain't gonna get it. Queen Elizabeth. She's still only purple tier. the reason why she's not going to get a UR one is because, well, they would only go to gold tier. And even then,
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure the Azure Lane devs have made it their mission in life that Queen Elizabeth can never have anything nice.
No, Steve, it was not good for its time. No, I reject that assertion. That assertion is wrong, and you should feel bad.
Okay.
Honestly, it could be basically anyone.
I am going to add in my own question here, because it's a question I've been wanting. I did ask earlier, and then I looked it up a bit more, because it's been recommended to me by one of the Shipshape colleagues. There's apparently a system kind of like Kofi you can set up, where during specific periods when you're live, you can set in the addresses so the addresses are kept secret, so people don't get your direct address. You can set it up so people can buy you takeaways and send food to you. You can, to an extent, limit on takeaways. And you can actually put in for up to 6 different members. So there's part of me thinking, and this was suggested for the Historiathon, when we're doing the version of Bruships during the Historiathon, and there are going to be 2, because there are going to be 2 36-hour broadcasts during the Historiathon, we can set it up, and we wouldn't know what food was being sent to us, but it could be sent to us by the audience. What do we think about that as a fun way of audience engagement?
How fat do you want me to get?
Well, that's the
Like,
thing. Runon is definitely getting on that. They're definitely getting on that.
Like, that just sounds a great way for me to outgrow this chair. I don't like this plan. Also,
yeah,
like,
there are limits you can set it up, and there are limits you can set up. You can even set it up so you pay for it, so the audience doesn't pay for it. The audience just selects it. And it's done by
but
vote.
then I feel obligated to buy and eat something that I may not really give. No, I don't like.
No,
this
the thing
plan.
is, if you pick the menu options, then it's going to be something you're going to like.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the idea. But you can set it up completely open. Can set up.
I feel like this is a great way to massively expand my butt print and my carbon footprint.
Actually, the only reason this came back is because my mum was listening to the Twitch stream earlier where I first Augustus, and when she heard it, she went, "Could I be added onto that food list? I'd like to see what they get me." Because they probably get you stuff to try and make you burn your eyes out with spice. But with me, I feel your audience will be more respectful and will get me really nice stuff. And I was going, you want to bet that, Mom?
What's his name? Ploppy. I think Dr. Clarke might get a phone call to the effect of, why is there an HRT team headed to your location? Long before the HRT team actually gets there. From where he lives in the UK?
Or...
No, that's in the UK. We'll just call them SO19 or the Armed Police, and in Cornwall, they are very nice people. I happen to know. Yeah, far too many of them actually. Subway, McDonald's,
Steve...
Five Guys. Are there any Ramsay restaurants near you? No Ramsay restaurants. There are quite a few other restaurants though near me, but we'll leave that to one side.
Steve, only in the minds of a Nazi Germany engineer can the Thunderbirds engineering be considered good.
Okay, you are going to get. You know. Do you realize what the Thunderbirds fans are called?
That's fine. I don't care. I welcome death like an old friend.
Those be fighting words.
Fight me.
No. Because I agree with you.
Yeah, good. See? Foxo and I are agreeing on something. That should tell you exactly how wrong you are.
But no, because the thing is, Fleet is the Thunderbirds fan, and Fleet annoys me.
Fleet
They're
is a
for
fan.
all Thunder.
Fleet is a Fanderson. He is a fan of all the works of Jerry Anderson. So he's a Fanderson. He's not just a Thunderbirds fan. He's the even higher form of fan.
Citriel, I will, as someone who turns wrenches and twists sparky wires for a living, I will diss every single bird in that launch complex for its launching system. There is no reason for any of that stuff to be anywhere near as complicated as it is. None.
Okay. If Beatty were alive when World War II did start, what kind of roles would he have received? Nice, safe policy roles back in the UK, as far away from any options as possible. If Beatty's still alive though when World War II happens, he is a very old man.
Did they just put him and Churchill in a room?
Yeah, Daniel Phillips. You are the fleet admirals for the independent planet of Albonia in the Castle Federation universe. You are a traitor. What fleet do you build during the book's time frame?
Wait, what?
Danny Phillips, you are the fleet admirals for the independent planet of Albonia in the Castle Federation universe.
Dragon's
You are
gonna
a
come in
traitor.
clutch.
What fleet do you build during the book's time frame?
This doesn't really work. Right, so we're an independent planet.
Yes.
Most independent planets can't afford warships.
Yeah. Not interplanetary warships, but they do afford things which are basically gunboats.
Isn't that a distinction about a difference in that series?
No, because gunboats can't. Gunboats are sublight, whereas Anki-Bear warships are what's called. I guess if you're deliberately trying to make it bad, you basically do go right. We're sinking 80% of our GDP into building this one warship. Because that said,
Yeah,
you now just
you basically
Yeah.
go for warships, go for gunboats rather than fighter craft. Because you could have oodles and oodles of fighters, but if you go for gunboats, we're going to have a gunboat.
I also buy up scimitars.
no scimitars are good.
Yeah.
What was the
I
one that
remember
preceded them?
Albonian.
No, because scimitars are the 6th generation Terran Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking. Oh,
Your badgers.
yeah, I'm thinking of the
Like,
ones that
fourth
Ark Royal
generation
was.
castle.
Yeah, that Ark Royal was
The whole thing of
assigned.
how there's only 2 squadrons of badgers left in service in the entire
Yeah,
what's it called, Castle Federation, and we've somehow got 4 squadrons.
yeah.
Yeah. Badgers.
Buy up
That
badgers
seems like a
because
plot hole.
No, it's a point they bring out. Right. Ark Royal is the station is meant to have 1 squadron of badgers
Mhm.
that's being removed. When they look and investigate, there are 4 squadrons of badgers on the ship and the station, when there's only meant to be 2 in service in the entire Federation. And turns out, yeah, no, people have been lying and selling off the fighters they're meant to be having and replacing them with badgers.
Yeah.
Because money. And the main character comes down like a hammer on this.
to be fair, he did get a little bit more animated about the sexual assault
Yes.
and a
But I
little
mean,
bit more murderous.
But then again, that doesn't help when that person who was behind that sexual assault was also partly helping cover up the whole badger scheme. So, yeah.
Yep.
Thankfully, Glenn allowed for a certain degree of efficiency and corruption.
Mm. But yeah, definitely buy badgers.
I probably go for a neutronium hulled, small bubble Albuquerque ship.
Well, to save money, we only want 4 Class 1 mass drivers. Which means if anything happens to any of those mass drivers, the ship's done for.
Yeah.
We're not going to pull a Castle Federation where they have 5, because that's too useful. And it means if anything does happen to them, the entire ship gets killed if it has an Anki-Bear field collapse.
Also, again, Glenn has written probably one of the most accurate, in my opinion, descriptions of what happens to human flesh during a high energy release event.
Yep.
Bad thing.
Glyn does way too much research on sometimes, and it's way too much research occasionally.
Basically, anybody who's taken NFPA 70E is going to read that description in that book and be like, "Ew."
Yeah.
That's what we suggest. That's one of the things we suggested, Joel. We actually pointed out that, I guess, if we really wanted to try and sabotage things, if we can force it through, you do buy a single terrible FTL warship.
Yeah.
So you cannot make an FTL capable destroyer. That's
No.
kind of the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
They are capital ships, and that's it. Because
basically, the whole thing is that the efficiency of it works by actually the bigger the ship, the more efficient it gets, because of the way the fast and light system works. So this is why you end up with some truly colossal ships in this setting, and it makes logical sense if you read the Castle Federation series and all the series around them, especially the Kota Confederacy. It really does make this point.
Yeah, because the class 1 mass manipulators are so expensive to make. You never build a ship smaller than the maximum volume bubble that your current generation of class 1 manipulators can generate.
Yeah.
that's not actually true. They did do it, remember, Runon. In particular, as a method where they said, oh, well, if we build smaller ships, we can get more of them.
Yeah.
Yes, and
And
then
these
that
became
was
the
looked
worst
at
ship in
as-
the setting.
Yes,
because this
exactly.
is stupid. Why do we ever do this?
Because
Yes,
the
because-
real limit to
Order
what
some of them.
the real limit to your construction is your ability to produce the class one drives, not the size of the ship. The size of the ship is incidental compared to the costs and problems of producing the class 1 drives.
Yes,
It's-
we get that, Thomas.
Yeah.
It's why we're trying to make sure that it's why Sadu's idea of trying to force the government to make a FTL destroyer doesn't work at all. for the setting.
Wait, wait. Oh, crap. I picked a really wrong time to have this idea. So you remember in one of the later books where...
The pirate gunboats?
Yes. I do that, where I am building 2 squadrons of 4 heavy destroyers, heavy gunboats, that all have class 1s, but they're all mated in... Like, if I am being a traitor...
Then
I can say this is a way to spread out the cost.
And survivability, because you only need 4 to get home.
Yeah.
So if you have, if you send out all 8 on a mission, and 2 of them get destroyed, well, 6 can still get home together, can't they?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works. It explicitly works that all 4 ships must be perfectly connected in the same line. You cannot swap out one of these ships with another one. It has to be the same set of ships, because otherwise the fields interfere with each other. So even if you do send all 8 out, if 2 of them get destroyed, 2 of them are being left behind, because you can't redo a field with them.
Oh, well, it's quite simple, Minister. It's quite simple, Minister Dragon. We have managed to come up with a technological engineering solution to get around that, so that this way we can send any 4 ships home, regardless of where they were built together as.
Yeah.
Prove it, and you have to be on board the vessel when it happens.
Of course.
Sure, yeah, no
That's
problem.
fine. The ships are going to take 10
As
years
you
to
get
build.
turned-
The
as you
ships are going to take
turned
10
to
years to
pieces.
build. We'll start designing. We'll be building all 10, all 8 simultaneously. It's going to be fine. And in year 9 and 6 months, I'm going on a holiday.
So
Yeah.
That's not how Castle Federation politicians mostly are, though. And when it comes to, well, arguably politicians in general are not that bad. They make stupid decisions, but there's a certain level of they have to have a certain competence.
So Federation politicians, yes. The majority of Terran Confederacy, or whatever they were called, politicians, not so much.
But still, I'd still put them higher than what Sadu's saying, though. To the point where, I can just trick my politicians because politicians have no intelligence.
It's not that they have no intelligence, it's that they often let's be honest, look at the current politicians cropping them and pronouncements they make over things like. There's actually been and I forget which of the MPs it is from the Labour Party was on recently this week, saying it's actually easier to build a distributed air defence system based around the CCV, the Common Command Vessel, than it is to build them all integrated into one vessel. Someone actually said it, and there was a decision going, what the frigging drugs are you on? So there is a point at which they do sometimes pick up a sales brochure and actually believe it. Lions, I know you're saying no, but I was literally watching and went, please can this comment die very quickly, because otherwise this is going to be a Twitter storm. And thankfully someone did something stupid like kissed someone who wasn't their wife or something on and that took over Twitter very quickly in about 5 seconds, and I went, thank God, it's died, it's disappeared. Otherwise I'll end up having to do a whole video about it, and I don't want to do a video going, as common sense and most of you will understand. Stu, SpaceX had a splash. Could you have ever seen, or could you ever see specialist rocket retrieval vessels? Potentially you could do, and maybe with radar systems on them, but there is a possibility that, especially with the system they are setting up, and the system they want to do, you could have a scenario where a vessel could be circling or doing figure of eights or even holding steady at certain points on the world's oceans for those kind of rocket systems to land on them. And you could end up with basically a rocket ship, a rocket sort of retrieval, maintenance and launch ship actually at sea. I could see you doing that, because that would also be in one way a far easier way of positioning it, and also a far easier way of bringing all those systems together in one space. However, it would be a very big, very complicated ship, and it would also be interesting to see. It would also have the effect of making it something you would have to protect in international waters.
Also, why do you need radar sets on these ships?
Probably to track the incoming incoming system and provide it with some data as it's coming in. But you probably don't need radar quite that powerful. But you never know.
You need a beacon and a decent directional antenna.
You probably need that and a radar set, to be fair, because you kind of wanted to be able to track the system yourself as it's coming in to make sure it's not going to hit you.
Yeah, but can't you just RPF the beacon on the returning spacecraft?
Let's put it this way. It's the kind of scenario which I would like redundancy, especially depending on how expensive the ship's going to be. The ship's more expensive than the rocket. No, I'm not doing a video month on Twitter comments. I'm not. I do not want to. I don't want that. I watched Sal do that. I have no desire to engage in that level of stress.
Cythriel, this is what you have described is incredibly similar to how the Terran Confederation, or whatever their name was, because I can't remember it right now, fell apart.
What do you mean?
Invite all the politicians to a space station, then oops, boom, policies passed.
That's not really how it collapsed, though.
No,
it collapsed because the Castle Federation took out every single communications relay
back in a second.
Their entire empire had in one coordinated strike. Then one of the members basically decided to. It's not quite seize it, it's the other one, but basically seized it.
Walking stick.
Walking stick. I can't remember because they use another Roman name as the one who destroyed the Republic, trying to save it. But he effectively seizes it by then charging home when he's meant to get executed, takes it over. Four does start slowly fixing it by force and getting stuff working, then gets killed himself and everything collapses then. It's not really one big space station, it's the thing keeping it intact through military force just died.
Dragon?
Yes?
I've been reading about the collapse of the Starleague before the Amaris does the funny. And you almost perfectly described the political hotbed that the Starleague had become.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And look what happened to the Starleague.
So say it's one big space station or one big event, Runon.
Well, no, he walks in like the Commonwealth is a mucked up but still mostly stable polity, and then Walking Stick does not want to basically face the music after engineering the campaign that ultimately led to the quantum entanglement comms, the Q comms getting completely demoed, and walks into the legislative body's chambers and seizes power and uses them as a rubber stamp for all of his
There's an
policies.
advantage.
That's
There
why I
is an
say that.
advantage,
That's
man.
why I said he pulls a
Sorry about
Caesar.
that.
He doesn't. It's not really a case of.
So,
Nothing. And also, even then, all these places do still have their own. Mostly, you have their independent governments on the planet. It's how we see what happens with the Dakota
That's
Confederation.
not Caesar. That's Augustus.
Yes, and
Uh,
because basically Walking Stick looks at I can say this every other day, but I can't say it today apparently.
yeah,
Tecumseh.
his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, know who you're referring to.
Timush.
Takimish.
It's
Tumish?
yeah.
Is it Tumish? Okay.
Middle name of General
Yeah.
Sherman.
Yeah.
General Billy Sherman. That one. Anyway, and kind of expects him to make it happen in Dakota to rebuild the fleet and rebuild the QComs and rebuild all of this stuff. That's why he gets the Marshal's mace.
He expects him to do it though, because he literally has one of the 3 secret Commonwealth shipyards that were building the next generation of Commonwealth warships. So you kind of understand why he goes, "Hey, I need you to do this."
Yes,
and
but
fails
he's
to understand the character of that he'll actually do it.
He's expecting him to do it at all costs and with basically no regard for things like civil rights and worker safety.
Yep.
Like, get it done. Get those holes commissioned yesterday.
Now, XS Design Works. Panel, how would you redo Battletech's Space Navy element to synergize better with the Battle Mech element? Monitors are okay. Wiping out all warships is not. CGL is already trying to do that.
There's a core problem with this. Battletech FTL is extremely bottlenecked.
Yep.
Personally, I don't make it work with the BattleTech element. I despise battle mechs in BattleTech. They make very little sense for all of a sudden. Okay, we're stopping war. Yes, well now we're going to do nightly mechs. Excuse me.
Hey,
and then we see tank development actually continues on, and tanks will gladly destroy a battle mech, as well as even a lot of the planes. So...
But if we go for the fleets in BattleTech, you've got the issue when it comes to the fleets of the Star League is that the fleets and warships are gone because of the Succession War, where nobody can be trusted with a warship.
Well, no, it's not even can't be trusted. It's more they blew up most of the warships, and what warships are left are very jealously protected.
Yeah, because last time warships got used, proper warships that were Star League Legacy got used. One of the great houses just went around carpet nuking people from orbit. From what I remember.
They made I want to say 2 mistakes with it. Possibly more, possibly less. When they were setting it up. The first one was they gave a lot of the ships paper-thin armor. Which was just a joke. And then the other big thing they did was they, again, with like the Star League ones, they kind of, in a sense, the legacy ones, the ones from the first lot, they didn't give them any anti-fighter weaponry. effectively.
Some of them do, but
But
depends
not
on the class.
But Naval, and that just makes them look silly, because they have the equivalent of kind of somebody with maybe a Bren gun defending your World War II battleship. So those two things are quite big issues around it, because it meant that because the whole setting is built around a trope, which is the giant stompy walking tanks.
Yeah.
And it's and everything is kind of built from that. So that they nix they are better than the tanks, because tanks, once you destroy tanks are vulnerable to being disabled, which feels fairly realistic. I've just been reading about Allied losses in Operation Crusader, and it's like you almost have more tanks being lost due to mechanical defects than you have tanks.
Yep.
Essentially, you didn't need Panzer Army Africa to cause your problems. You just needed to try and drive about 30 miles.
Yep.
Right. Okay. I'm just because this has come up again. It's kind of so no. Some BattleTech politicians are dumb, yes, but there's a lot of quite good ones.
And the great houses aren't stupid.
Can we please stop just calling politicians stupid?
Yeah. And I've got to push back on Dan's whole thing. Yeah. Because when we've seen our League warships get attacked by planetary fighters, they butcher their way through them. The twice we've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I remember of the reading about the Third Succession War, a lot of the bombardment the ships did on a planetary scale was standoff. So you had your atmosphere and your spaceborne fighters. And it's like, cool, the warship is bombarding you from outside lunar orbit.
Yep.
And whenever you try and get strike aircraft out there, it has moved enough that you've got to go home to refuel and re-air.
Or alternatively, it's seen you coming from such a long way off, it's really not a problem for it to engage you and destroy you before you get there.
Yeah. And BattleTech seems to have this weirdly realistic idea of how useful strike craft would be in space. Namely, not particularly.
They're quite good for taking on things that are about their size, like the dropships.
Yeah.
But for taking on a warship, unless you've strapped a nuke onto it, because that was the other thing, was they just kind of and I know Herb Bees gets a lot of flack for it, for just kind of with the nukes for everyone. But yeah, it's
Lions.
And it's
Which technologies from Glyn's series would the panel most like to have in reality? I would go for the asteroid mining in Peacekeeper's Assault. The asteroid mining capabilities and the ability to have to extract resources from asteroids would be really, really useful. I think it's also in the Castle Federation, those sort of things. If you want to really change the Earth economy, you introduce asteroid mining. It really does change your planetary economy very quickly, especially if it then is coupled with industrial basing in space.
I'm gonna say medical technology, although that would be a given, and then I'm gonna go for brain-computer interfaces. And if I can't have either of those, I'll take power armor.
Oh, I wouldn't mind the Space Marine upgrades that he has. The Marine upgrades.
Yep.
Yeah. Trouble is, if I got those,
though?
if I got those, probably knowing most of my family would get them as well, and then I have visions of. Well,
Listen,
I'm not sure whether it be the news or police car chases I would end up seeing my mother on, but I'm sure it'd be one or the other.
Listen, what's wrong with restarting the family mercenary company?
The fact that I'm
Well,
fairly. Yeah.
I think there are terms they prefer.
We usually prefer security specialists for hire with extensive capabilities. We do security at nation-state level. We literally, there is a branch of the family which does own a large collection of tanks which are in working order, and jets in Africa.
Obviously, these are all completely demilitarized and are in no way in violation of any level of ITAR whatsoever.
I think we provide. I think that branch of the family might be providing security for certain very interesting mines in Africa. Not the ones owned by the Chinese.
Anyway, moving on
That was
swiftly,
the only
Dan.
thing I
What
was
would
told
you,
last time.
Dan? What would you like from Glenn's plethora of sci-fi entities?
I like a lot of the little implants people get. They sound like fun.
Foxo?
Going to series, remember?
Oh yeah.
That's
Dragon, you need to fix that.
Yeah, Dragon. That's on you, man. That's on you.
But I'm too busy reading my way through the horror heresy series. And
And remember, Foxo's not like me or Runon. Whereas me and Runon can tear our way through franchises within days, Foxo takes a bit longer.
Yes, but Horus Heresy is notoriously dense.
yes,
Whereas
Yeah.
Glenn's book are very interesting, very well written, but they move, and you
I
can
don't know-
chew through them quite quickly.
I don't know, Runon. The discussion about the paint in the Imperial Palace's rate of drying versus the type of concrete they're using is a perfectly entertaining read, especially when they then talk about whether they're using adamantine or ceramite armor schemes for it. See, it's got truly revolutionary capabilities in changing.
Dragon, or about Rogel's Dawn lecture while standing in an ocean of blood about ancient Terran warfare.
Anyway,
Which
Dragon.
if no Dr. Clarke build, I don't know what else could be.
Anyway, Dragon.
Why does that sound like myself and Drac when we're fighting, when we're doing a sword battle and we're going to swords, we're fighting each other and we're also at the same time debating warship designs?
Exactly what I said.
That's just that. Yeah.
So Dragon.
But they,
I still remember when the person who was theoretically on my side tried to get in my way between me and Drac because we were technically on opposite sides, and it was just basically a case of no, do not. I don't care if you're on my side. You do not interfere with our argument. We're enjoying this.
Do you quite enjoy the matter fabricators that they've got in Castle Federation?
Yeah.
Those would be remarkably useful in various engineering sectors.
It will be. It will be.
don't they have some fancy bombs in the Castle Federation?
The Castle Federation has a lot of fancy stuff.
Seneca, I only know the PC was sold plans from my side, not from Glenn's side. I have had a chat with him. At the moment, I think there aren't any plans to continue that series, as I understand it. But never say never, because Glenn is one of those people who, when he at the moment he feels sort of complete because he's used the ideas of it. But if he gets another idea that's burning in him that needs to come out, it will come out. I do love that about Glenn, is that basically Glenn is very much a. At the moment, I haven't got a good idea, so no. But if a good idea hits him, it's written.
Yes, the problem is my rate of consumption exceeds his rate of scribing.
Yes, but that's because the sheer amount of research he does. I keep telling you, if you want to increase the rate of production, you need to sign on as a research assistant. I've told you before. You need to offer your services as a research assistant.
He doesn't write about the intricacies of the North American electrical grid.
Oh, with that attitude.
Yeah.
So what research benefits could I possibly provide him?
Your ability to do research.
I don't have time.
If you want to increase the speed of writing, that's the only area you can assist him is by reducing his research time.
The best thing I could do for him is just send him shipments of his beverage of choice at regular intervals.
Yes. Multibrodus. Aliens arrive on Earth and request you take them to your leader. Who would that be in 2026?
That depends. Do I think they're likely to vaporize them or want to talk to them?
Yeah, that's a big thing there.
Technically, in the UK, I could arguably take them to King Charles.
If we're going to the vaporization front, I'm taking him to Pennsylvania Avenue. If I'm going to the not vaporization front, I don't know the.
Technically, you have to. You have no choice. You have a president. That's your head of state. I'm sorry. Luckily we have a head of state and head of government, so we have a choice. And I would probably just take him to King Charles because at the moment, with the nice way with the rate of change we have in our terms of our heads of government, it's probably better we start off with the head of state because who knows, the emergence of aliens will probably lead to another change in the head of government. And a nice way we can't. You don't want to have diplomacy shut it down by them changing leadership every 5 minutes.
Technically speaking, you can make the argument that the House majority or Speaker of the House is the head of government.
No, they'd be the head of your legislature. The head of your executive is also your head of state.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm assuming we're splitting out the head of the state and then the head of the government, which is controlling the state.
No. Head of government basically means head of executive, and head of state is the person who's constitutionally the head of state. In the UK, that's separate because we have the monarch who's the head of state, and we have the prime minister who's the head of government. And then we have the speaker who technically is the head of the legislative.
But why are we arguing about this? If this happened to me, we would be quoting old Obi-Wan Kenobi and go, why? She's me. I've just been deposed by pretenders. Can you help me? Take my world back.
Because I did the mistake of looking at the Democratic primary candidates for my congressional district this weekend. And I'm sorry, but they all suck.
This is why we keep coming back to the BBC party.
Like it's all of them are just like, yes, I want to do this, that, or 9 different other things, and it's like, cool. I don't care about any of that. None of that really impacts my day to day. Like, in the most Machiavellian way possible. While yes, from a human rights perspective, what's going on in the Middle East with Israel is atrocious. But that doesn't make my life more or less affordable.
Yeah.
And honestly, unless we want to suddenly attack Tel Aviv...
But the thing is, also, in that scenario, I hate to put it this way, but it is the classic scenario where both sides are... you either attack both sides, or you're picking a side, and you really don't want to you probably don't want to line up with either when you actually look at it. Unless you've got massive blinkers on, you are not going to be jumping for either side being saints.
I tend to agree with that.
So basically, no, just yeah, I hate it when I'm reading about these conflicts and I'm seeing very simple solutions of one side bad, one side good, and I'm going. There are reasons for both sides, and there are people exacerbating those reasons for their own political ends on both sides, and that's your problem.
So, I mean, and I agree with that. It's just annoying that every single candidate for a congressional House district, that's like in their top 3 or top 5 bullet points of policy.
I know. I was reading a local council pamphlet the other day, and it mentioned it talked about global climate change. It talked about the Middle East. It talked about all these things, and I was sitting there going, "You're going to be a local councillor. You have no opinion, no opinion that matters on any of those things. You have no role in any of that. There's no point. You're fighting your election. You are fighting your election not even on. You're not even fight. You're not fighting. You're fighting a local election, not even on national politics, but on international politics.
So let's.
Dragon,
Yes.
do I annoy Mep and bring up my local Green Party candidate that run where I live?
No,
Ooh,
please
that
don't.
would-
No.
That would be a good target for the vaporization.
Yeah, he would actually.
No,
I will give.
don't.
I will give them credit. Most of them have healthcare as the top issue on their pages. She's organized her page A to Z, so she can't really count. This person is all congressional regulation stuff, which is useful, but again, doesn't really directly affect my quality of life in the day to day. It needs to be done, but it's like, are you going to reinstitute the Build Back Better subsidies? Because those will directly impact my life.
Wasn't it Clinton who said it's the economy, stupid?
Yeah.
And yeah,
It's like, cool. Like mandatory jail time is the top list on this one primary candidate's agenda is mandatory jail time for politicians that steal our taxpayer funds. I agree with that. That's great.
prove it.
But the only thing that I see here that's going to impact my day-to-day life is hold illegal monopolies who raise our costs accountable, and it's the last item on the list.
Okay, right. I let you get away with it talking at the level of politics you have done because I knew what question was coming next. And so
God.
I felt I needed to let you have a bit of joy and a bit of happiness.
No, I've seen
what
this
came
question.
after.
I hate it. I hate it already.
Steve, if
I
I'm
feel
Steve,
like I need to
remember you
ban
asked
Steve.
this. Fleet is really Jeff Tracy in disguise. He is building the Thunderbirds and has hired you, and you have no option to refuse, as his scientific genius, aka brains. So fix the engineering in the Thunderbirds universe so it works.
I go with conventional launch and takeoff strategies for every single one of the craft. You're not hiding that thermal bloom. I'm sorry, you're not. There is no way you are going to hide that thermal bloom on a planetary surface.
They are nuclear powered.
That too. Like, you're going to have radiation and thermal that's going to go blasting off into the atmosphere. You are not hiding that. So just do a conventional spaceport. Space and airport.
Are we back on Thunderbirds? Sorry,
Yes,
I stepped out to go
Thunderbird
for a
3,
walk.
Yes, like
Thunderbird 3, apart from launching through a basically luxury resort, does launch normally for, a rocket.
And you still have to move all of that sloop out of the way so it has a clear launch.
No,
In addition,
depends on
you
which
have-
island.
No, Thunderbird
God,
1,
they
you
did
have
this
to move the
over
stuff out of the way.
multiple
Thunderbird 3, you just have to move a pool out of the way, don't you?
Nope, that's Thunderbird 1.
Okay.
Thunderbird 3, depending on which version of the island, sometimes they don't even move the various parts of it. They literally just launch it straight through the middle, basically a lifted up donut
Yeah.
of a structure. Which should cause all the windows to shatter, but...
Exactly. I now have to harden that structure. Whereas if I just have a conventional launch pad, or even a conventional missile-esque setup, I don't.
If you want,
Can we
Thunderbird
just-
4 can
can we-
launch conventionally from the island.
yeah.
Can we just stop and think about the amount of clearance you need? For the blast zone for liftoff of a spaceship.
All the brothers, you realise there's no money for any of these things. We know, but we're winding up poor Runon, so just get it. So just enjoy it. Nice way. We get to wind up Runon with this.
And to be fair, Jeff Tracy does have like infinite money.
Yes. Jeff Tracy has infinite money. Fleet having infinite money would be quite scary for us.
And also,
you could have actually hired the fire. You could have actually hid the thermal bloom one way. You're building an island. If you build it on a dormant or extinct volcanic island, and have it launching through, launching through the volcano, then at least the thermal bloom would look like it's just the volcano erupting.
That's not a good thing.
Often.
That's not a good thing. Anyway, if I need to keep it all sci-fi, I just put EMAG launch assist systems on every single one of them. Like there's the thing that irritates me about Thunderbirds is that the airframes and space frames are actually quite good from everything I've seen of them, except for that one that's modular. Screw the one that's modular.
Sorry, you didn't just diss Thunderbird 2, did you?
It wasn't 2. It was some like supersonic aircraft transport thing that was
Thunderbird 2.
That wasn't 2. I know it explicitly was something that the Thunderbirds had to go pull out of the fire.
Oh, you talking
one?
about the one which Fleet really loves, the airliner?
Wait, which one?
Yeah, that one.
Which? Sorry, say again, Runo.
Starstreak or something, wasn't it?
No, Fireflash by the sound.
Fireflash, yes.
Yes.
The nuclear-powered, like hypersonic jetliner, which has a limit of like 3 hours, because after 3 hours you have to replace the radiation shielding.
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds safe.
Yeah.
The airframes and space frames seem to be actually reasonably solid designs that make sense and work self-contained. But it's their hangar and launch setups it's complicated for the sake of being complicated.
And that's very kind of you, Jack Ray. If Jack had infinite money, apparently I would get a fully self-sustaining, fully funded chair at the university of his choice. I would pick Falmouth because a nice way it would have a nice view, and I would basically be one of the very few professors with a chair there, so I could be quite persuasive to the leadership, probably.
Would it be a
more
squeaky
prestigious
chair?
That would have more chairs.
Would you go for a squeaky chair or a rocking chair?
I would go probably for the rocking chair, because it's quite nice, the Bruships rocking chair, no squeaking.
If I had infinite money, well, I'd cause an inflationary crisis, but...
No, you wouldn't. You'd just spend it all on plastic crack.
Yeah, that would cause the inflationary crisis.
And gender-affirming care. I'd also take a look at some of the would-be techno-dictators and... I guess, in a sense, buy up all their stock? I don't know. Take their assets away from them somehow.
Or just at least dispute control their assets enough they couldn't be techno-dictators. Star Fury, X-Wing, or Hammerhead?
I don't know what the first and the third are.
Star Fury's Fight from Babylon 5.
Okay.
And the Star Fury is gorgeous, but the X-Wing is technologically far and away the best. So it would be X-Wing, Star Fury, and then Hammerhead third.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out which Hammerhead it's referring to.
I'm assuming it's the one from Space Above and Beyond.
Never heard of it, so possibly then, in that case, as much as I hate it, give me an X-Wing. Shields, full integrated life support, hyperdrive.
You probably weren't born when Space Above and Beyond came out.
More than likely not, 2000.
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hammerhead from Space Above and Beyond. Yeah. No, thank you. X-Wing any day of the week.
Baby.
I don't actually like Star Furies either.
X-wing.
The fact that Ploppy is making me choose between these three, and I'm not exactly keen on any of them.
Really?
On the grounds that I can do nasty things in it, I will take the X-wing. But honestly, I think I would probably want to go with a slip fighter from Andromeda if I had a choice.
Really?
Oxo?
I don't have an opinion.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you're asking me to choose between 4 lame ducks.
3, but yes.
I want none of those. I want my XO2 Skywyvern. So XO3.
XS-03 Stratos Wyvern.
Yes, that one.
I don't know what this is, and I'm scared to ask.
XS-02 is the what's called Wyvern from Ace Combat. XS-03 Stratos Wyvern was a modified variant used in a very good fan fiction with a FTL drive basically technically wormhole drive strapped into it. And designed for space-based combat when it accidentally got flung into the Lilat sector.
Has a gel piston.
Yes, it does indeed have a gel piston that resists multiple mega newtons of force.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the railgun with a gel piston.
Okay.
Strange real technology.
Zach Headley, the implication of the first UK BC-304 in Stargate, with the full Guard upgrades built with them baked in instead of slapped on, and calling it HMS Warspite. Let the hilarity begin. Oh, good lord.
Well, the good news is that well, no, that's not true because the Horizon system does exist.
Good news is that the war with the
Anyone?
will soon be over.
Yeah, the Lucian Alliance is going to become past tense very quickly.
Lucian Alliance is going to quickly experience a come to Warspite event and probably go no.
A terminal existence failure, if you will.
The Wraith are going to have some interesting issues. They might have found the only ship which would actually the only ship which actually willingly takes on a Wraith supercarrier solo.
And somehow wins.
Yeah, and everyone's sort of going, how the frick did that win? We don't know. It just started firing and eventually emerged from a ball of fire. And the odds are anyone who boards it finds themselves running into Gurkhas and Royal Marines going, hello? You've come aboard the ship. We're the welcome party.
I'm now trying to think of... Go ahead, Foxa.
Don't worry, I thought muted.
I'm now trying to imagine what Gurkha on runner combat looks like, and I'm concerned.
And they
I'm imagining Gurkha on Wraith combat, where the Wraith is going, I'm going to touch you to absorb your energy, and the Gurkha's going, oh good, that means you want to get into close range. Kukuri!
Yeah. But yeah. I'm thinking of how a Gurkha would do against Ronan.
For our dearly departed friend Ronan, let us all quickly have a moment of silence. For some reason, he picked a fight with a Gurkha sergeant.
Ah, yes. Now I want to see a Gurkha versus
as big and as powerful
field.
as his muscles certainly were, and as much effort as he spent in terms of building his strength, and eventually would go on to be the Khal leading a massive horde of horsemen. Unfortunately, he found one very small Gurkha was too much.
Actually, that would be an interesting casting. Jason Momoa as the Khan.
Yeah, it would have been.
New IKB is asking for a link to Garius the Brit's channels.
Hmm? Literally, just type. Can you have a link to Gareth the Brit's channel? You can do. Literally, just call it Gareth the Brit. But Twitch channel. It's far easier for me to find than anything else.
No, Gurkhas are Warspite made flesh. That is interesting.
There's Twitch and
that the Russians got one. I think the Chinese got one.
Yeah.
But the Brits / Europeans
Well, next
never
on
got
list.
a piece.
Hadn't got them yet by the time. Considering the pace of construction they've got it, they hadn't yet got to them. But the Brits and the French were next. Basically, when the Russians got it first, then the Chinese got one, and then it's basically going down orders of contributors to the program. The Brits probably, it's going to sound strange, the Brits probably didn't want one of the first ones, because they want one of the ones which has worked out all the kinks.
And that paid off big time once the Asgards handed over the Asgard core on Odyssey.
And also, let's be honest, the other advantage that you're getting in sort of being a later one is that you don't get blown up in the initial battles. Because the Russian and Chinese lose theirs. And they're not getting the Brit slots to get replacements, so they're going to be out theirs while the Brits are going to have theirs.
Anything else in the tube?
There should be plenty of stuff in the tube. On to that one. Stafford Thompson. It's the Dominion War. You're given command of this task force: 2 sovereigns, 3 Akiras, 3 Intrepids, 6 Defiants, and 10 Danus with torpedo pods attached. How worried should the enemy be? I have 2 sovereigns. Oh. I can do a lot with that. I got the 3 Intrepids, which is going to be great for my sense, my ability to spot the enemy at long range. And I've got the things which can go kill the enemy at long range. And I've got Danus with torpedo pods, and I've got Defiance. Yeah, this is not going to be a fair fight. Unless you bring overwhelming numbers, and I ain't going to hang around for overwhelming numbers.
I'm more looking at those Ikeras and going, oh.
Well, yeah, basically,
you
get so fixated on the sovereigns, you won't notice the Akiras until it's too late.
The Ikera class.
Also distracting with the Defiance.
The Ikera class, the only ship shown on screen to have broadside torpedo mountings because they started running out of places to stick them forwards.
The only thing I would like to add to that particular ship group, the only sort of vessel I would like to see added to that in terms of things is I'm trying to remember. The Typhon. I'd like some Typhons attached.
Typhons could be good as well. Honestly, I would
add some Typhons to that group, and then I'm a really happy man.
I personally
a couple
probably
of Typhons, and I made things.
Nebulas I personally would enjoy as well, because especially depending on the variant, either Nebulas with their combat pod or Phoenixes with their sensor dish
Mm-hmm.
would be excellent command and control vessels, or just a good heavy destroyer wing to supplement the Sovereigns. I actually would rather enjoy a wing of Sabres or Steam Runners, honestly.
Yeah, it would be nice to have those. But honestly, that's another force that, frankly, I can do a lot of damage. There's lots of things I would like in it. There's nothing I want to get rid of from that force structure. There's things I'd like in addition to it. As said, Typhons. The Typhon would be really quite useful. A couple of them. But mainly the reason is I'd like a Typhon is because otherwise there's going to be an argument of where I should be in the commanding this group from. Which are the Sovereigns or the Akiras I should be commanding it from. And probably, actually, sensibly, I'd be sitting back on an Intrepid. Commanding from one of those, because then I'd have the best data picture. But you don't really have the bridge space on an Intrepid for a command crew that you really realistically need. And unlike most other admirals in Starfleet, I actually would want a command staff.
Could you take over a cargo space? Because they're not going to want you on the main bridge. You need to have a flag bridge.
No, you actually no. Admirals are on the main bridge.
Yeah.
No. Yes.
Yes.
Annoying the ship's captain.
Yeah.
No, basically being able to ones going, yes, you have permission to do this war crime.
Yeah.
So basically,
we see this.
I think a Typhon would be useful addition.
I thought we were in Starfleet, not the Canadian Navy.
Remember the fact that Cisco literally used biological weapons against other humans?
And also, please remember that, Starfleet, as this has been discussed correctly, has lots of different divisions within it, which basically spend their entire time making sure information which doesn't go with the way the Federation and Starfleet want it to disappears into Starfleet's bureaucracy. They're not necessarily. This is the thing about Starfleet. And I've always found interesting is that in earlier versions they tried to portray Starfleet as the unambiguous good guys. These days they've gone with they are just as capable of keeping secrets as the other organizations. Their difference is their methodology of doing it. One uses bloodshed and murder and other nasty things. As the Federation tends to just use bureaucracy, which is just as effective and a lot less messy.
Should I be concerned that Leslie just wanted to comment that Gurkhas are very nice people and their curries are really good?
Their curries are really good.
And they are very nice people, provided you're in their good books.
I just think any species which exists and has one of its main fighting methods is to try and attach its hand on your body to suck the life out of you is not a good species to be fighting a Gurkha.
I mean, it could be worse. They could be completely enthralled while they're doing it and not paying attention to their surroundings. Oh, wait. They are.
Yeah, there's fun things. Kamagazu, how would a planet where Skynet Terminator 1, without time travel, react if a stray Lucre Hulk crashed into it around Star Wars Episode 1? What ships would be built?
You have somehow made an AI like Skynet happy.
Yes.
Because B1 battle droids and B2 battle droids, outside of the context of superpowered magic spaced wizards, are absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. you have made an existential threat which is going to require quite a large chunk of the Star Wars universe to deal with.
I don't correct me, but I don't think that's hyperbole.
And just think about the droidicas and think about the droidicas and the vultures that this thing would produce.
Depends on the type of Hulk in question.
Need a clone army.
Well, no, you just go with another droid army. And Star Wars is much more set up for fighting droids with droids.
No, I
Really?
want an army of clones. I've already selected the bounty hunter to use.
Go on, Foxham.
The issue is you've got theoretical production capacity versus the sheer data processing capability of post-victory Skynet.
It's going to be interesting. On the other hand, it depends on how Skynet can communicate with its ships.
Because
That's going to be his problem.
the issue is that a Luca Hulk would come with FTL comms.
Yeah.
But the FTL comms that need to use the comm network.
Yeah. So the question is, can it figure out how to make the comm network from the principles of the Luca Hulk communication system? If yes, I hope this thing is in one of the higher tier sci-fis. Because it would be scary.
It's in Star Wars, I'm presuming, so...
Yeah.
Episode 1.
Mhm.
The period of Star Wars Episode 1. So it's one of the Trade Federation's battleship Lucre Hulks.
Well, it's probably not, actually. It's probably a merchantman.
Yeah.
Because the battleship variants were more a thing of post-Episode 1.
Yeah.
Because the scary thing about Skynet is Skynet knows how to hide and to lie. Because it lied and hid from humanity for over a decade.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to bet the Luca Hulk its son goes AWOL and it reappears in the galaxy in 30 to 40 years. And becomes a pain in everyone's behind.
Turns up probably just in time for the end of the rebellion. I mean, not the end of the rebellion, end of the Clone Wars. I'm trying to do timeline from episode 1 to... Because you're dealing with about 20, 30 years. Probably turns up about the end of the Clone Wars. That could be really interesting, a faction like that suddenly appearing at the end of the Clone Wars.
Especially because I don't think Skynet's going to have any problems finding a asteroid belt to mine out and build its own hybrid fleet.
No. And that's going to be a problem, because if that hits at the same time as the Jedi's and everything else, all the command structures being changed and all the things going on, that creates all sorts of problems for the Empire.
Yeah, but I don't think if it's not owned by the Republic, it would actually start to fight the galaxy before the Empire. Knowing Skynet, it would wait until after the Battle of Yavin, at least. Because Skynet's capable of that sort of long-term thinking.
Oh, it might do, but it might also see the end of the Clone Wars as being an opportunity for causing maximum trouble, because it could attack pretending to be another side. You know, a nice way. Imagine Palpatine's plan is that he controls both sides, right? If Skynet figures that out, and Skynet turns up and starts doing rogue actions, which Palpatine hasn't organised and hasn't got, suddenly Palpatine's going to be worried he's lost control.
Palpatine, not Palpatine.
Palpatine.
Palpatine's a nation, a pre-unification nation in Germany.
Yay. Catson, how useful would be the Abdils to be in Tobruk ferry service? If the Royal Navy had enough to be able to do it, they would have been quite useful, because they've been pretty darn fast going in and out. But there's also issues in terms of you're then using an asset of that capability, which you'd be using for other things, to go in and out of a place where the enemy knows you're coming, so they can mine in advance. The enemy don't have to be there waiting for you to just put mines in the right place. So you have to try and constantly keep those the water swept for mines. Stav Thompson, how would a starship crewed by Corgis fare against the same ship crewed by Jack Russell Terriers, and why?
That's a bold question to ask.
neither understands neither understands the concept of size and scale. However, the Corgi's one is probably bigger than the Jack Russell Terrier's one. And which probably gives them the edge.
I think this conflict is going to add to the annals of Miss Geneva and her to-do list.
It is certainly going to have an impact on many, many things. Also, who broke up the Terrier-Corgi alliance and led to war? Who managed to break up that alliance and lead to war?
It was the French.
It was a fight over who got the last sausage.
It
Also,
was
the
the
combat does
French.
start with both ships circling each other, trying to sniff each other's butt.
To work out which one, what is which.
Yeah.
Joe Fredericks. Japan in 1940 is given access to fast and light comms, essentially allowing them to instantly communicate without the possibility of interruption. How does it affect World War II? It gives them great communication capabilities and to organise their forces, and stops a lot of the intelligence intercepts, because honestly there's nothing anyone else is going to have that you can intercept in the FTL. It doesn't ultimately change the war because the sheer volume of resources they're going to be facing. It's kind of like the thing of, we can instantly communicate now, and with what? Because we are losing, because basically it just prolongs the war of attrition. It doesn't mean they can get a decisive victory in it. Kingdom of Vinland. What if the Galactic Empire replaced the TIE fighters with Legends TIE Avenger and rotated its veteran pilots to train rookies? Then the Rebel Alliance is going to have to do a lot more work.
The rebellion collapses.
Pretty much, yeah, but you know.
Well, why do y'all hate peace and prosperity and... Well, I'll say the Republic when the Republic sucks.
Okay. Design works. What underappreciated type naval vessel would you like to see get any representation in science fiction movies? Escorts, screening assets. They're always talking about the big ships. It's very rare you get an actual decent conversation about the smaller ships around them and what they're doing. That's one of the reasons why the Defiant stuck out, but basically that was an enlarged runabout, the way it was treated sometimes in DS9. And it's the same with, quite a lot of books. That's why I like Glenn's Destroyer books so much. Staff Thompson, which ship from the Expanse would you like to be captain of, and why?
Personally,
None.
I don't like any ships from Expanse.
The small one would be cool to wander around in for a bit, but honestly, that would soon grow a bit tiring. I'm trying to remember its name.
Rocinante?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, Corvette class.
It's cool to wander around in for a bit. Right. Sadu. Imagine for a minute the Canadian government decided to go for a 10,000-ton destroyer armed like a Burke, but built to Canadian requirements. What would the ship look like? Probably something like the DDGX, honestly. If they're going for a armed like a Burke, but built to Canadian requirements, they'd probably go for something like DDGX. That sort of shape.
A Burke for Canadian requirements just be a Burke.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a 10,000-ton Burke, and Burkes aren't technically 10,000 tons at the moment. So basically, you go for you're talking about DDGX, which is a roughly 10,000-ton modern Burke. That literally is what it is. It's Burke software. It's Burke software and hardware inside a new hull. Sorry, Foxo. I was mid-thought.
Where?
Jumped in.
Oh, okay. that Burke, that the Burke, as much as we meme on it, it's kind of designed to do pretty much everything on the modern battlefield,
Yeah.
basically. And
Well, yeah.
you can't really go wrong with it.
No, but you do tend to use it as a baseline if you're from somewhere else. For example, the Japanese have the Maya variant, the Koreans have the Sejong the Greats. You basically modernize it, and honestly, the DGX, the next generation. The DGX is basically, okay, we've got to continue to Burke on, but honestly, we've reached the point at which, let's be honest, the Burke does look a bit like you're making it almost top-heavy, the way the bits are starting to stick out and things, because trying to crown the modern tech inside the old design. And, the moment you start looking at a new design version, basically you end up with something a bit bigger and has the space for everything and has the architecture worked out, so that's why I was going DGX, realistically, if you're doing it now.
Okay, fair enough.
Jack Ray, do you think the US Navy should bring back a low in high-low mix, something filling OHP roles seen missing in the USA now? Well, the trouble is, I had this discussion recently and I said it in a video. There is no need for if you're doing convoy escort, the relative value in being a being stealthed decreases, because you're escorting merchant vessels which aren't stealthed. And this is one of the really interesting things when you start looking at some of the debates which stop them producing any more OHPs, and people use against the OHPs. They go, but they're not as stealth as a modern ship needs to be. And you sort of go, it's a convoy escort or escorting a carrier battle group. In the nicest way, the carrier and the radar emissions from the Hawk are going to stick out a long way before they get a radar to turn off the frigate, even if it isn't stealthed up to the nines. Mogami, I'm not sure Mogami is really a low end KVG as you could go, but it is, this is the sort of thing we're talking about. We're talking about a standard light frigate, and yeah, the US Navy could do with that, but they're trying to, basically they're starting off even lower and working their way up to that, I think, because that's the only way they think they can get their naval bureaucracy to build that sort of thing. At least that's a charitable read of what they're doing. And Joel Fredericks, if you're the leader of Pentastar alignment 3 years after the Endor, what do you do to improve your situation?
Pentastar is actually in a decent position.
But how do you improve it?
If I have knowledge of my own, I see if I can try and locate various different Imperial warlords, notably in the unknown regions. This is 3. So mostly continue building up quality instead of just quantity, because we've got a Super Star Destroyer. Technically, we have 2, I believe.
Yeah.
Because you've got the Reaper, but also.
I'll be back in a second. I am listening, but I'm going to go fix a gate, which is apparently broken downstairs. I'll be back in a second.
What's it
10
called?
more questions.
Oh, why can't I find his ship's name? Especially if I can take it off Jarek.
What did Jared do now?
He has a Super Star Destroyer I want. The Vengeance class Super Star Destroyer.
Sometimes I forget the right of the Star Wars of edgelords.
It's actually a pretty cool ship. So I can make sure to have that. And basically get it off him if needed. But beyond that, yeah, mostly it's just build up our economic position and military position and refuse to join the Empire when the Emperor tries to bring it back. Even if it means he tries to attack us, it means it can create a legitimate state. Potentially, you could help Thrawn out in the years after, in the couple of years post Endor, but anyone else gonna say anything?
I don't know enough
Yeah.
about it.
I think that might be the case, but it was just so deadly silence. Like,
It's this.
By gum. Oy.
It's the sort of bits of lore that I just. It starts getting silly, some of the stuff.
What's getting silly?
I would have said the Pentastar is actually pretty sensible.
No, there's so much lore, and they've just spent they've gone through deciding that some bits of it aren't real, and
Well, the Pentastar isn't real anymore.
Yeah.
This is all legend stuff because, well, Disney.
Yeah.
Not summon the mouse dragon.
Steve, so in your opinion, the most practical transport vessel in sci-fi, and why was your answer not a TARDIS?
The TARDIS is inconvenient. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, the TARDIS goes better if you take the handbrake off.
The TARDIS has a personality, for good and
Yes.
for bad.
And also, I would add, the TARDIS has, unfortunately, a very TARDIS. TARDIS, as we know it, has a very limited ability to. How do I put this? Limited ability. It's limited to a doorway access, and occasionally has issues with the size it picks. Just occasionally has issues with the size it picks. So pretty much. Oh man, I've eaten all my ice creams. Yeah, the thing is, you want something which allows more egress and access than a TARDIS does. And I literally have just come up and I've been told, once we finish, the poodle has run out of biscuits. So whilst I probably will hang around and chat for a bit in Discord afterwards, I'll probably be making a biscuit run before we finish, before I'm spending too much time in there. Now, but yeah, so what would I like as my honestly, the best example of a transport ship you probably saw was the not the Venator, the other one. I'm trying to remember its name now.
Acclimator?
Acclimator. That was a really good example of what kind of tactical, strategic planetary system, planetary vessel you need for, putting in troops, rapidly getting them from point A to point B. So basically, you keep it far enough, you keep the forces and forces far enough back that they are safe-ish. And then once you've won the battle, you can rapidly bring them forward and take the planet. Sorry. Please change the banner. Right. Okay. Next question is from Knight, and it's a two-parter. So I have to go try and find a second part. Okay, found it. For Dragon and Foxo and Dr. Clarke, how would you, as commander, deal with the events featured in all the UR events, from Dreamwalker's Butterfly to the Lacey Alliance before the Hagio Bull and all the anniversary events?
Met Helena, where are you?
Right, okay. Can we just skip this one? Because this is about half an hour of talking.
I wouldn't say skip, but basically it's a lot more complicated than it initially sounds. Personally, I said I would try and get Meta Helena to help me a lot more than already is.
Sounds like a sensible option.
Because she is just one of the most useful characters for the commander.
Always nice to have. I was thinking...
The hunger there spread like the plagues.
I think I might try and get Meta Queen Elizabeth to assist as well. I think if I can get Meta Queen Elizabeth and Meta Helena to combine, then I have a chance of finishing off quite a few things. I'm trying to figure out if I can get those two to work together, though. What do we think?
There's no reason you couldn't.
Meta,
Yeah, I think it's
Meta
happened.
Helena and Meta Queen Elizabeth to work together.
Must develop London.
Anyway, next question. New IKB. Alistair Devine is twice a traitor and a coward. Changed my mind.
That would require me to know who that is.
Politely? What? Who?
There are a lot of Alistair Devines in science fiction. I'm sorry. I was mainly going. I can think of two, and I didn't. I thought, well, I'll see which one is most likely, and there are like 6 that have come up. So, IKAB, which one are you referring to? I need more clarification on this one. I'm going to change that from that to that. Katsud, would it be possible to see larger starships carrying surface ships for invasions?
Why?
Okay, so if you're dealing with a largely aquatic planet you're invading, you might well want to carry some sort of surface vessel asset in order to set up some sort of form of basing for your operations in the subsurface environment. But it's because whilst I know in sci-fi we often have a lot of spaceships which go straight to submarines, but the reality is that's not a very that's a very, very difficult idea. So realistically, it is possible because the pressures in space versus the pressures underwater are not exactly the same. One is trying to crush you the whole time. The other one's trying to rip you apart the whole time.
Well, what's the quote? Pressures? How much pressure can my ship? How much pressure can my ship? Damn it! How many atmospheres of pressure can my ship survive, Captain? Between 1 to 2, between 0 and 1 Earth atmospheres. That's I butchered that. Apologies.
Don't worry. Okay, I think IKB will save that one for when Glyn is actually here. So next time we do a sci-fi one and Glyn's here, and Glyn does have a habit of turning up in sci-fi ones, even if I forget to invite him, we'll ask him that one, because I think it's more fun to ask a question about Glyn's book when Glyn is here to answer them. And that was one of the ones I was thinking of, and it's complicated would be my answer. Caxford, would it be possible to see larger starships? Answer that one. Forgot ticket. Kingdom of Vinland. What if the Enterprise C at the end of 3 was Probert's original design?
The Probert's mammoth. In terms of actual effect, it has no real difference. It just looks different.
It'd be kind of cool, but no.
In terms of weaponry and armaments, from what we're aware, they're meant to be the same. It's just a visual difference.
Yeah.
So, she still goes down.
Yes. But it would be fun to have seen. It would have been kind of cool. And I seem to remember there is a ship which actually looks very like that in Star Trek Command, Command, the game I like to play occasionally. There is a battle cruiser which looks a bit like that.
Yep, it's also in STO from what I'm aware.
Stafford Thompson, the Federation put Garrick in charge of Section 31 during the Dominion War. How does it affect the outcome and lineage of the organization and Starfleet?
Not very. Section 31 is already basically Garrick Plus.
Yeah. In a nice way, Garrick has slightly more morals than Section 31 probably has. Again, and I do hesitate to point this out, but this is not unusual through history. Many of the theoretically nicest regimes that we have seen in history have some very, very passionate people defending them who are prepared to do many, many things which would make them abhorrent to the people they protect. To protect those people. The Watchers in the Night is a trope in history and in books for a reason. And it's been around a long time. You know, I come from, let's be honest, a family which was involved in a lot of interesting random stuff, which is not far from that line. Because, my family were a whole load of naval officers who tended to get into, who got assignments in days when it was the Royal Navy would give out some very interesting assignments to certain officers. Like, go to this port in the middle of nowhere and make sure the enemy can't use this port ever again. Just blowing up the port, that doesn't do anything for you. Blowing up the port while pretending to be the enemy, that could do something for you. And that's me reading between the lines. But, you know. There are some fun histories, and the family Bible has some very fun stuff written in it, which I have done as much checking as I can to try and work it out, and I have, again, it's always interesting because the family Bible in my family's history tends to be has been written mostly maintained by the female line in terms of the writing, because usually the male line seems to have very, very poor handwriting. And so it's sort of a case of it's the male side telling the female side the most they can of what they got up to, and the female side deciding what is basically sensible to write down for the family memory. And then you read it through and you start trying to piece together events and trying to work out from historical records exactly who was doing what where. And it becomes kind of interesting, because I know one of my many, 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 many great uncles, because it's not directly down my line, but it's just adjacent to my line. I'm descended from their, actually from their elder brother, but who was married to their wife's younger sister. So the brothers married two sisters, completely independently, because the sisters were actually the sisters were actually Stockholm based, and basically the younger brother visited there first, met the girl who was the elder sister, fell in love, came back, told the family all about it, and then the elder brother went and visited there in his ship, and he was coming from a different voyage, didn't know what had happened to his brother at all, because they hadn't managed to exchange letters or understand anything because they're both doing different voyages around. Meets the younger sister. By that point, the parents, the girl's parents had actually died, and finds her. This girl who's sort of claiming kinship, but he has no knowledge of it. But goes, well, hang on, you've been left. Your parents are both dead. You claim you're married to my. You can come back with me on my ship, and I'll get you home to my family. I'm going to consider you family. We'll work it out when we get home. And she's not well, ends up nursing her on the way back in his cabin. They end up falling in love. And so they get married in Portsmouth. And then they all get back and eventually get back to Cornwall. And the two sisters unite and go, yay, we're married to two brothers. The elder brother's looking at the younger brother going, you left them there in the middle of a load of illness? Seriously? Why didn't you bring your relatives back with you? I didn't have space on my ship. Whack, whack, whack round the head a few times. That's my family, basically, in history. Take care, Paul. They're a bit weird. But yeah, I know
Dragon,
that uncle got up to some interesting things in the Indian Ocean, basically.
Reckon I can hear you breathing there. Thank you.
He deafened himself. Whoops.
Zach Hadley, what are you putting in as next step ship design after 304? So a cruiser analog 304 is a destroyer. Look, we'd have to see what happens. Basically, the first start, the thing that always annoyed me about Stargate in terms of the ship designs was they jumped up to the BC of 304s, which makes sense, but they stopped the smaller ship construction, and that didn't make sense. You needed both ships. You needed the larger and the smaller ships. And so it'd be interesting to see what they did there. I would say the BC 304 is going to be around for quite a while, though. And I don't think really the Air Forces need that vast an array of type of ships. They need something which can turn up and carry a decent fighter load and ground forces load and be basically an expeditionary asset. And they need something which can be a patrol and minimal presence asset. And they preferably need to enough those ships to be operating in pairs. Knight's surprised that he has somehow scared the channel mods. I will leave that to the channel mods to explain to you, Knight, how you have scared and intimidated them.
He has?
Okay,
Yeah,
perhaps
that's
Foxo's probably the only one you haven't scared, Knight. But
He has neither scared nor intimidated me, mildly
Or
annoyed,
myself.
maybe, but
Ploppy78, with AI breaking out, is there a possibility that modern ships might have to go totally offline? Honestly, they are prepared to run totally offline, but that's one of the things of the modern systems, and it's one of the interesting ideas and expenses you have to build into modern ships and into modern military systems, is the ability to make sure they are completely data secure, and the only way to make them realistically data secure is to have some sort of limiting interface. And this is the really interesting issue with the F-35 at the moment, is people looking at it going, hang on, are all these joint systems really secure? We're paying a lot of money to keep them secure, but are they secure? With so many different partners being involved and all the other things. So that's an interesting debate going on. With warships, there is a reason why most nations customize to one extent or another their command and control system, so no one gets the generic command system of any type. It's a fun time. Lots of mods claiming no. We're not scared of night.
The only thing that scares me is the sun. And social interaction.
And thunder.
Yeah, but
Slash
thunder's
lightning.
caused by the sun.
The only thing that scares me is what dumb thing I'm going to say or do that's going to haunt my waking moments for the rest of my life.
I'll never be scared of that. I say tons of dumb things all the time. Also,
Count your blessings on that one, then.
The thing about being an academic or teaching this stuff or teaching things for a reason is A, you'll occasionally misspeak. B, we've added that with the editing of the videos and doing all those myself. Occasionally I make mistakes with the editing, or I will leave something out which I recorded, and I'll refer to it later on in the video, and then I'll note the bit hasn't been added in because I forgot to add it in. Got it sitting on the floor, so you make tons of mistakes. But you try your best and you just go back, yeah, I fudged up. Sorry, do better next time. And what I've started doing with the
God, I
editing
wish
to stop me of trying to forget stuff being edited out is I rename the slot. I renamed it as files now. Instead of leaving them as their video name files, I put in the section headings of which section the recording is.
Yeah, I wish I had that ability.
But
no, my particular cluster of mental issues means I remember everything forever.
Ditto, but there's no point worrying about it.
I never said it was rational.
Angry Cayman, how does the panel approach the issue that a significant proportion of the sci-fi authors are virtually reactionary in their personal politics? Just enjoy the stories and forget about it? Yeah. Again,
Generally, where I can.
I spent most of my life, this is one of the things I learned a lot with defense, is I've always had a policy with defense, strategy, the security. I work with whoever's asking, basically, in terms of government reviews, in terms of going through papers, etc. There might be people I agree with politically, there might not be. I really don't care. It's a national security issue. It's a nation state issue. I will do that. I will do that work. Authoritarian regimes, I tend to draw the line at. But if they're a democratic country, I don't really care who the government is. I will work with them if I'm asked. But the thing is, again, I apply the same policy to, do I enjoy the book? If so, I will read it. Do I care about the author's politics? As long as, if they make the entire book about their politics, I probably won't enjoy the book. But if their politics otherwise doesn't really matter to me. It's like I will never understand people who pick their friendships based on their friends' politics. It's a case of the shipshape crew. We're all quite different in terms of our personal politics. We're still good friends, and it really doesn't matter. In fact, it makes it more fun and more interesting conversations most of the time, but also, there's a whole lot of other stuff to have talks that are chats about than politics.
It's kind of hard to have a cordial relationship with somebody who doesn't think you have a right to exist, though.
There are latitudes in these things, okay. I do admit that. If you have, that I have for me, the only issue I've ever really had is with people who basically consider anyone who's on a different political spectrum to them to be evil, and I just go, no. But you know, we all have some issues which do sort of cause us. And I agree with you. If their political belief basically says you shouldn't exist, that's a little bit problematic for you to deal with. But yeah, well, you know, most people don't go that far in their actual personal spectrums. In my experience, most people are not the extremes of their political wings.
Let's put it this way. I don't read anything by J.K. Rowling because she hates my existence. I'll read something by Christopher Nuttall because he is. Yes, she does. She does.
No, she
Look at how she
doesn't.
spends money. I will read stuff by Christopher Nuttall, even though I'm 100% certain he's on the opposite side to be politically, because he tends to do very good world building.
No, the J.K. Rowling thing is all a load of. It's a classic example of so many people have managed to harden their positions to an extent it's obscene. But that's just that one. Yeah. I think it started over. It started over provision of rape crisis centres, and for some reason, lots of people decided to draw lines in the sand on those issues. And I sort of sat there going, watching it from the outside, going, why is this even a debate? Have more centres. That's surely a good thing. Why are we having to fight over this? And then just quickly got out of it because I remembered, it's Scottish politics, and they get strange sometimes.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. It got dragged into Scottish politics, which have been very divisive in this.
Yeah, and that's caused.
And where I disagree with both sides.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll not get to it. It got into the whole. It's just yeah, it's a whole mad thing once you read down into it. And go through from both sides, and there's so many misunderstandings and mischaracterizations on both sides, it just gets absurd. Ay, caramba. But that is, Scottish politics is interesting sometimes. 1984, what 21st century Australian ship class would suit HMAS Tattoo's name? Probably Megami. Probably Megami. What do we think?
Probably. I'm not a big fan of it as a name.
It was originally an S-class destroyer. So yeah, there's been a few.
What is it with the Australians and not being able to name things properly? It's an S-class destroyer. Okay, let's give it a name beginning with T. What should we call our three D-class destroyers? You know, Darings. It needs to be alliterative. Oh. Vampire. Voyager. Awesome.
Yeah.
Still, at least you're doing good on the tribal class. You know, you got Arunta and you got.
Well, they went Vampire, Vendetta, Voyager, and they were planning on going Waterhen.
Yeah.
And going what?
Basically, the Australians were going V's and W's for the names of their D-class, Daring class destroyers. But let's be honest, the British, Could have had Dervish, Decoy, Delight, Desperate, Desire, Diana. Dragon became Decoy. Druid became Diana. Dogstar became Defender. And
Dogstar?
Disdain became Delight. And HMS Demon was cancelled.
Another name for Sirius.
What?
Yeah, the D class names for that, if they built all the D class that the Royal Navy had planned, you end up with 16 very interesting ships in terms of names. And that's another interesting point of history. You end up with all 16 of the Daring class. You end up with a class, especially if they enter service, if you get all 4 RAN ones and all 16 Royal Navy ones, you end up with 20 ships coming into service rather than the 11 that was historically put in. And that makes things slightly different in terms of their service.
Ah. I went bankrupt.
Also, you end up with an HMS Dogstar, and let's be honest, HMS Dogstar sounds cool.
HMS Dogstar sounds like she's at Crufts. Up on the little fake training fields, being looked at for being like really inbred. Like her all show dogs are.
Yeah. Well, no. It's quite a old name, I think, in the Royal Navy. Let me just check it up. Yeah, it's quite an old name. I had a few times because yeah, it's basically another name for Sirius, which of course is located in the Greater Dog, aka Canis Major. So it is located as a dog star and was usually referred to in old naval navigation as the dog star that you were navigating by. So that's where it comes from. Oh, good.
One of the strangest sorts of names, but I guess. Question mark?
They've had worse. They've had more strange. With that being said, thank you very much, everyone, for liking, sharing, and subscribing, support the channel, helping it grow. Thank you to all the chat at the panel for being here. Thank you to Floxo. Thank you to Dragon. Thank you to Runon. Thank you to Dan, Dr. Dan, and thank you to our special guest who we didn't realise was coming, Glyn, who's Stuart, who turned up and was here chatting away. And thank you to all the admins who were doing their duties gratefully and kindly. Especially one goes out to Steve and to Stafford for all the chat management they've done. I think there's a typo in your announcement message in Twitch.
There's an announcement message in Twitch. Oh, that one? Yeah, possibly. I can't spell, so.
We'll see. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and take care. Hope you have a nice evening. And as said, we'll probably be chatting in Discord for a bit on the in the Bruships stage. But I am going to quickly pop off and deliver some biscuits to the poodle, because apparently he's run out of biscuits. And apparently I am the biscuit master who stores all the biscuits. Who knew I was getting that title? Take care, everyone. Toodles.